prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
We're back with round number 9, and as we glide through the iconic skyline of Toronto, it is a chess showdown like no other. We go through the beautiful, buzzing streets of the city. We see the towering buildings, a reflection of the heights the players want to reach, the 16 players want to reach in their chess career as they fight in the hushed tension inside the Great Hall, where all the action is happening, where the magic happens. We see a crowd, the players are ready to go, we're ready to go, and we sure hope that you're ready to go for an exciting round 9. Welcome everybody. I'm your host for the day, International Master Tanya Sachdev, and with great pleasure, I welcome on the show our chess experts, Grandmaster Judith Polgar and Grandmaster Robert Hess. Judith, I'm gonna start with you. What has been the big highlight for you in the candidates so far, and what are you most looking forward to today?
Well, what can I say about what was going on so far? I feel like being in the Luna Park, eating ice cream more or less, because I'm very much entertained what's going on right here in the last 10 days or so. And regarding today, I think what I would pick, and I can keep a very close eye, is the Indian match between the 2 youngsters, Gukesh and Pragg, because they had an incredible game already in the previous first round. So I'm very much looking forward to that, but that's not the only one.
Absolutely. 4 big matchups, and the one you highlighted is such a big one for the standings as well. And Robert, it was exactly these matchups, the historic round 2, where we saw 4 explosive results. And now with colors reversed, what are you expecting going into round 9 as the players face each other one more time?
I muted myself. This is how excited I was that I had to contain it. My apologies, everyone. But what I was saying was, in the 2024 candidates, we have had so many decisive games. I would not be that surprised if we had 4 more today.
After Robert, I got a bit scared there because I couldn't hear you, but I love the excitement. As you said, so much to look forward to. And while there's going to be a lot of silence on the chessboard, on the playing arena, well, the ideas are going to be pretty intense as the players come in with some great preparation. And we saw some great preparation in round 8 as well. 2 decisive games that honestly did not only impact the standings, but our heart rates as well. So let's relive those moments as we roll out the tapes from round 8.
There is no more rest for the weary. Today will be round 8.
Jan played a great game. He played a great middle game. Abasov literally just found every money move in this game. This was Abasov's best game of the tournament.
And it looks like Gukesh is in charge. Danya earlier.
Ooh. And look at Vidit. I mean, just out of desperation, needing to make a pawn break to mix things up. He's played c5. Ignore the question mark. I think this is exactly what you need to do when the situation becomes this grim.
Can Black just go over checkmate? He brought the queen into e1. Yeah, he is on fire right now.
The only way to stay above mate is to give up the white knight. Vidit is going to resign here.
Look at Hikaru go. He senses it, and Fabi has 0 activity to speak of. Look at that back rank, Danya. Yeah, your screener is... Yes, he has. There's a resignation here, too. So Hikaru Nakamura joins Gukesh in the winner circle for this round. He leapfrogs Fabi in the tournament standings.
Move, Shelly, move. You gotta move. Breathe. Move. Move, you gotta move. Okay, there she goes. Rook C4
Rook
going.
C4.
He got bar jumps. Hold on.
No,
he's still
but you can go D6.
Oh my goodness.
You can go D6. It's in the bank.
That's it.
And there you go. Results.
Mike.
Humpy takes her first victory.
She's moving.
To one. She's not going to make it.
She stops the clock.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not even gonna do this.
We have a change at the top. Tan Zhongyi is stopped in her tracks by her compatriot Lei Tingjae.
We've been on the edge of our seats in the FIDE candidates and the FIDE women's candidate, and going into round 9, this is what our leaderboard looks like. It's been a tightly contested battle at the top. Yan and Pragg consistently keeping themselves right in the race, in the mix, and Hikaru Nakamura clawing his way back up. He surmounted quite a comeback after the first few rounds. Pragg as well, along with Hikaru at 4.5 points. We've got Fabi after his loss at 4. Vidit also at 3.5 right now after he lost out in round 8 to Pragg. Alireza with 3 points and Nejat Abbasov at the bottom of the leaderboard. While many might not be surprised by seeing Abbasov at 2.5, Judith, to me there are a lot of surprising storylines. Looking at the standings, what is it that stands out to you on our leaderboard?
Well, what is amazing to see that Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won the previous 2 candidates tournament, he did not lose a single game because he has improved so much his defensive skills lately that I was amazed, especially when he defended himself versus Pragnananda, where he caught up in the opening preparation. So that is something which is a highlight for me.
Absolutely. And I think few at the start of the candidates would have predicted Jan Nepomniachtchi, though being the 2 times candidate winner, to actually make history, winning 3 candidates back to back. But Robert, he's been so consistent. As Judith pointed out, the only undefeated player in the race so far. Are you expecting a 3rd time victory? What do you think are the chances of Jan going the distance, or is it still too early to call?
It's definitely still too early, but I felt the prognosticators were totally off. They gave Jan these low odds. He won 2 in a row. Ratings do not matter. Since the World Championship, all Jan had to focus on were these candidates. So if he had bad tournaments along the way, he knew that his prep should be saved for this exact tournament. So it's up in the air. Gukesh, Jan Nepomniachtchi, a couple trailers, a half point behind the 2 of them. You can't call it this early. We're only coming up on round 9.
Still too early, but Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to weave the magic in the candidates, and our man on the ground also continues to weave magic, as we are going to go ahead to Mike to break down all the action from the streets of Toronto.
Thanks, guys. We're out here on the street because the sun is finally shining on the Great Hall. And while it may be Masters Sunday in USA, it's Grandmasters Sunday here north of the border in Canada. By the way, we have our own tiger here, of course, the tiger from Madras. After a chaotic round 8, I think most eyes will be on Vidit Nakamura. That's because Vidit has had 5 decisive games out of his 8 rounds. And of course, as we see, Nakamura is playing for a win pretty much every round. What about Gukesh? He was tied for the lead, then he lost it. Now he's back tied for the lead after his win yesterday. Everybody here has been remarking that he's been so cool under the pressure, and after that dramatic loss a couple of rounds ago, he said it didn't affect him once he left the playing hall. He's going to play his fellow countryman for the 2nd round in a row. This time it's Pragnananda, and they have an equal score lifetime, 4 wins apiece with 4 draws, but he's trying to beat his fellow teenager for the 2nd time here in Toronto. He won in round 2. Nepomniachtchi will be trying to do the same thing. He's trying to go a personal 2-0 against Nejat Abbasov, who is currently in last place. Very important game for Nepomniachtchi. He's never known this tournament without at least a share of the lead. Over in the ladies section, can it be 4 in a row for Lei Tingjae? She actually didn't even know yesterday what her personal record for wins is, but she has grabbed herself a share of the lead after winning a turkey of games. Garyachkina and Tan Zhongyi are also tied with her, so we're going to see if she can just keep up her winning ways. It's going to be very exciting as she plays Nurgul Salyumova. Well, that's the scene from round 9. Now back to you in the studio.
It remains a field wide open in the Great Hall in Toronto, and these are the matchups that are coming our way as the players face against each other for the 2nd time with colors reversed, and it was round 2 where they played. And again, what an explosive round that was, with 4 decisive games. This time, Vidit Gujarati takes on Hikaru Nakamura. He did win their first battle. Vidit starts with white. Gukesh with white plays against Pragnananda. Can he get the second win against Pragg? Alireza against Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nejat with the white pieces against Fabi. Can Fabi bounce back from the loss yesterday? And Robert, I want to ask you this question. With 3 Indian players in the mix, one of them being the co-leader, and a big matchup that Judith pointed out, Gukesh against Pragg, their maximalist approach, playing so combative, is there a risk of the Indian dream imploding?
Oh, that's a big question. I think the risk isn't that high when 2 of them play against one another. So if there is a decisive game between Gukesh and Pragnanda, one of them will be very happy and still be at the top of the leaderboard. I think for Vidit Gujarati, this is the interesting game against Hikaru Nakamura. I actually think it's a potential trap game for Hikaru, because if, as Mike said, Hikaru's playing for win with either color, it's risky doing that against Vidit.
And the big question will be, how much risk are the players willing to take at this point in the candidates? We've seen the leaderboard. Every half point matters so much. Every victory matters so much at this, what I believe is the toughest stretch of the tournament. And I want your thoughts on this, Judith, that going into this phase in the candidates where the expectation, the pressure is at a high, the players are in full form, it's really not about the rhythm anymore. Every half point is extremely critical and fatigue is setting in. Is it correct? Is it fair to say that this is going to be the toughest stretch of the candidates, the next couple of rounds?
Well, I think we are getting there, definitely. You can feel also, I think, in the playing hall that everybody's moving around. It's becoming faster, more nervous. Everybody is like heating up. You see Gukesh making the routine of jadoubing the pieces, because actually we are already turning into the second round, right? So everybody played with everybody already once, and now, of course, it's nice to play for Gukesh, for example, against Pragg, that he won his first game in the mini match they play here. But everybody knows, as you said, that every half a point counts a lot. It counts double, and they know that a loss can maybe give away the opportunity to win the candidates, and that's why not to lose is very important. At the same time, it's very important to play for a win, because victory what counts the most, and that's how you can go forward. Of course, it's a very, very strong race in the front between Nepo and Gukesh, but we should not exclude at all Nakamura again playing for the first place, and even Pragnananda. And even if any of them losing, still with the final several games winning streak, it can make them come back. So it's getting extremely tense from now on.
Extremely tense. Couldn't agree more with that. And battling the ghost of past defeats is one of the biggest psychological battles in chess. Now, in round 2, Vidit scored a spectacular win against Hikaru. Players, we saw them go down. Each was a decisive game. Robert, how much is it also going to be about overcoming what happened when they faced each other previously, including for Alireza, who lost to Jan?
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi overcame a recent loss to Alireza Firouzja in Tata Steel in Vaikanze. But Alireza, he has just not been able to get it together against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know if Jan is clapping for a special guest or for himself and his chances, because he has now won 3 consecutive games in the candidates against Alireza, including in the first half. But this is a different Alireza. He is in much better form. He had a recent win. Maybe it was due to time trial and luck, but I think he's in better shape. While these two, Tanya, oh, goodness. This is a matchup for the ages and for the next few decades.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to see this, like you're saying, Robert, for many, many years to come. We see Gukesh there getting into meditation zone already. It was quite a battle against each other where Pragg blitzed out some incredible opening prep in round 2. But Gukesh handled it and eventually managed to squeeze that big win in a wild game. Meanwhile, for Fabi, he's playing against Nejat. Is that a bit of a relief that he can try to go for a win, or does that mean more pressure on Fabi? Is this a must-win game for Fabi?
Ooh, I'm going to pass this to Judith, because it feels like a must-win to me, but Judith, you have the experience. What do you think?
Well, I think it's difficult to say at this point of the event that still there are, 4 rounds to go after this, that you have to win. It's a lot of pressure to put on yourself if you say that it's a must-win situation with the black pieces against the 2600 Grandmaster, especially if he does not want to win and he plays very solid, as he did in several rounds before. So I think the most important thing is for Fabi himself, that to make sure that he's not blundering, he can stay healthy in mind, and just play a long game and wait for the opportunity to take. But even if it's a draw, I don't think it's over for him to clinch maybe to win the tournament. But definitely, it should be an opportunity moment.
Round 9 is underway. A bit of a grudge match, a huge for the players, a huge moment in the candidates in this today as we see the players get up their first moves, and you can make your predictions. Are you expecting a comeback? Who will win? And you can do that on our voting channels on vote on/events. So definitely go on there and give us your predictions. Meanwhile, Robert, we've got action on. We saw the handshakes coming in from Toronto, and we're getting moves in as well. Are we expecting some big opening surprises today by the players?
I'm glad I was able to see the board before you finished that question, because I'm looking at the bottom left of our screens, and Alireza Farusha has played the Hikaru. Knight of 3 in the first move, then B3. He's become a B3 cowboy against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I would say of the openings, they're just getting started in these games. To me, that is the most surprising of them all.
And we see the opening moves in our 4 games, and so far, most of them standard, except one that stands out to me. And Robert, I see your expression as well, that bottom left board, Judith. And we see B3 on the board by Alireza. What does that tell us about his mindset going into this one against Jan? And are you as surprised as I am?
Well, I'm also pretty surprised. At the same time, when you have not the best tournament of your life, softly saying, because Alireza definitely was not thinking to have this standing at the tournament in round 9, you have to think it over. What do you expect from yourself and how you can fight for your aims and dreams? And I think it might be a good decision not to go and ask and test Jan's opening repertoire and memory in some of the lines, but go for a more solid system and go for a long game. Because in a long game, you can never know where you get the chances and opportunities. So it is kind of a logical decision, I think.
And Robert, 4 games underway. What stands out to you? I know it's really early to call. For me, it was the B3 setup that Alireza has taken. We're so used to him going for these open positions. We're seeing a double fianchetto develop on that bottom left board. Meanwhile, Vidit with the King's Pawn opening. A Geico piano. Now, again, Hikaru with this little move, 8-6 early on. And I'm talking about the top left board. We saw Vidit come into a little bit of trouble in round 8 with these slow moves with black in these setups. What are you expecting from this one?
I believe that Vidit has learned his lesson. I do think that the biggest culprit yesterday was, of course, Gukesh playing an awesome game, but Vidit spending 20 minutes on the 5th move. That was pretty much unacceptable for his chances, because he was outplayed and then didn't have the necessary time to figure out how he could defend. So for Vidit, it's about playing more quickly in the top left. He is doing just that. It is still in the framework of a very natural Italian-looking position. And I think that, I can't take my eyes away from the bottom left, because Alireza Farusha, he trotted out this opening. It's the first time all event that we've had a game that did not start with E4 or D4 on the first move.
Let's do a deep dive. And Robert, Judith, I think we can take this from the top as we see C5. It feels like black has taken the space in the center. Meanwhile, white playing a bit of a cagey setup, bringing the bishops out. And Judith, perhaps you can break down the different ideas in this opening for us.
Well, actually, I was never playing this system myself with white pieces at all. I was more E4 player. But also against me, there were maybe, I don't even remember who played it against me, probably in Rapid or Blitz, because this is something I think somehow in modern chess, we have more such games that people want to avoid the heavy theory things. And after B3, clearly white wants to develop the bishop to B2, fianchetto on one side, and then later on after it was knight f6. I believe bishop b2, c5, bishop f5 first, very logical developing moves. Of course, c5 is a good move to gain space. Knight c6 later on, e6, bishop d6. Very strong center for black. And from white, we are expecting bishop g2, of course, to have the double fianchetto, then castling, I believe c4 or d3, maybe knight e2, but maybe c4, d4, e3. I don't know. I generally was never a big fan of playing such an opening with white, but I was happy to play with black. Though black has to be a little bit careful, maybe playing e6 too early, because after that knight h4 can be an unpleasant. After white plays bishop g2, d3, then knight h4 at some point, it can be unpleasant.
It's an important thing to watch out for, because in positions like this, it does seem like black can pretty much do anything. Your opponent has handed you the center, but when these offbeat openings appear on the board, as Judith just pointed out, knight h4 at some moment could be a thorn in black's side. So we see Alireza is on the clock. Tanya, it was Alireza who chose to play this double fianchetto variation. What do you think he's thinking about?
He has to win at all costs to create any chances in this candidates. For Alireza, the only hope is to start getting those wins in, and he has to start now. I think Jan has shown incredible prep. He's shown amazing form in the candidates so far. For Alireza, he wants to get him in some offbeat, in some unconventional middle game setups, and perhaps, which might not even be to Jan's style, trying to aim for perhaps slightly closed position. But Judith, to my mind, that's not even Alireza's style of play.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about it, that how wise it is to play and choose this system against Nepomniachtchi, because we can think about it, what the players have in mind. I mean, of course, Nepomniachtchi playing with the black pieces, he can think that, okay, whatever sharper openings, he's going to be challenged, or even if it's e4, it's not so sharp because he's going to play his Petrov again. And then maybe it's going to be roughly equal. He doesn't have too much chance to win, let's say. At the same time, in these situations, like for Alireza, he has to win because he has to come back. He lost already 3 games. If he wants to create any chances to be in the top, especially in this tournament, basically the only chance and the only real result everybody came for is to win the event. But for him, it's something that he has to go on and play a long game and try to create opportunities where black Nepo can go wrong. At the same time, we've seen many of these kind of situations where white, let's say, white side decided to play a complicated game, slow, not aiming for too much out of the opening. And because of this, there are more chances for black, for Nepo, to score the full point, actually. So it's a double-edged decision, of course, but I think Alireza has to try it this way if he does not have an incredible novelty as Pragnananda had versus Nepo, then I think still this is the best chance for him to try to play a long positional game. But of course, later on it will get tactical for sure.
Because that's just their style. They can't help themselves but go for these extremely combative positions. So even though it's a slow start, at some moment when we do have a central breakthrough, and we will see the bishops also lined up on the long diagonals, already Jan Nepomniachtchi aiming for that central control, we can expect a very double-edged battle. How much does that create chances for Jan as well, Robert, playing black, knowing you're playing a guy who's just desperate for wins at this moment, which is why perhaps an explanation for the opening approach that we're seeing by Alireza. Does this also additionally give Jan the chance to strike with black?
What's so difficult about this decision is that it's so early in the event still. I know we've already had 8 rounds in the books, but so much can happen over the course of the next 6 games. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw with black, it still is a good result, even if, say, Gukesh were to win and overtake him in the standings. You can't force it. But if Alireza were playing somebody like Fabiano, and he had the white pieces, and he played something very quiet, Fabiano in particular wouldn't like that because he needs to win. And so I think that Jan is in a position where he does not have to take risks. And that puts, I think, the burden squarely on Alireza's shoulders. And it could lead advantage Jan. And I'm already looking at the clocks. We've seen Alireza in time trouble in this event. They've only played 4 moves. It's not like Alireza has spent all the time in the world. But I'm just looking at this opening. Black has responded in the most natural way, taking control of the central squares, developing some pieces. I don't really know what Alireza was thinking besides getting out of preparation, but this doesn't feel like it's going in the right direction. And I'm saying that knowing that the game has only just begun.
And one of the reasons that stands out is also because Alireza is the first one to pause and to go into a big think, while it almost feels like Jan has made all the most natural moves on the board. He's taken out his bishop, developed a knight, taken control of key central squares. And definitely when you're preparing for this opening from white, you're looking at these setups. So quite surprising that despite this being Alireza's choice, he's the one who goes into the think tank first on. But I want to go into our full view, our bird's eye view, because we see some action unfolding on the other games as Alireza takes a think. And the one that stands out to me, it's got to be that top left board right now, the big fight against Hikaru and Vidit. Hikaru really surmounting a comeback. He's turning the tides in this tournament. A fantastic win yesterday sees him right now tied for third. Another win will probably see him in pole position. He's also looking a lot more confident with some interesting remarks, Robert, yesterday in his post game about quipping about Fabi, and perhaps Fabi should see how the knight moves. He's throwing out the content and he's throwing out the moves on the board.
Yeah, he is. And I don't think he was throwing out the disrespect. I know some people like to, they enjoy the drama, but Hikaru and Fabi's relationship, by both of their admissions, is improved. And he wasn't saying anything to get at Fabiano. He clearly was doing it for the content. Whether you're a believer in that kind of speech, that's up to you. But I think that Hikaru is a believer in his opening choice right now. G5 this early. I am so glad that Judith is with us, because this is as aggressive as you see it from the black side. So Judith, I was just saying before that if Hikaru's in that must-win mindset, trying to win every game, it could backfire. What do you make of this decision to thrust the G-pawn forward this early?
Well, I love it to start with. Of course, I'm a big fan of G4 and G5 moves. People who know me the way I played, I mean, definitely it's something I'm looking forward to continuation. But many times this is not necessarily even a very aggressive tactical move. Many times it's a strategical move. And also later on, very slowly, it will be useful also from tactical point of view. But also Nakamura pointed out before the event that basically he likes to play interesting. Now that he does not consider himself a professional player because he's a content creator. But it's true that we see many of his decisions to be very interesting. When you can go on the slow way, he goes to the fast way. When he can go something not too interesting, something challenging, he goes for the challenging. I was really impressed the yesterday's game where he played h4. That was such an amazing move. And I'm pretty sure that after winning against Fabiano, and I fully agree with you that he does not have disrespect for Fabiano, he has great respect for him, but he likes to joke around. And but after his game yesterday, I mean, this is not very often that you win against a caliber of player of Fabiano, the way 97, 95, these very basic tactics. But I'm sure it gave him a great boost. And suddenly he's realizing in the last several rounds that he won 2 games and then and I'm back, right? I mean, after game 2 where he lost against Vidit, it did not look like that he's going to be fighting for the first place. But for now, he came back, he won very crucial games, and now you can see that Vidit is unstable from the point of view that he has many decisive games. So he's also open for a great battle. He can go both ways. But so I think Nakamura feels that he's back in business. He's in good form suddenly. He feels the self-confidence he has. So why not to go for the more challenging options?
And definitely when you see an early 8-6 G5, you know it's going to be quite an energetic play from Black. And Robert, as you and Judith were mentioning, it's not necessarily a very tactical combative approach. It can also have a positional side. I think it will all come down to where Hikaru decides to go for castling. Are we going to see a such short side castle? Or the other plan in this position from Black can also be to develop that queen, put it in front of the king, challenge the light squared bishop, and start aiming for a castling on the queen side, which in that case will actually blow up to be a race to each other's king. What are you predicting? Are you predicting some kind of an opposite side castling or a more cagey approach with shot side castle for Hikaru?
I would love the players to castle on opposite sides, but in this position, I wouldn't be surprised if Vidit makes the move a4. And once these pawns start pushing up the queen side, it seems less and less likely that Hikaru is going to spend all that time just to go the long way and walk into an attack. So I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, a4, b4, I'm not sure which move to start with here, but Vidit likely is going to expand on the queen side before the black king gets on over there, which means it's likely that black castles king side. And I've seen many Duda games in this line. There's e5 and g5 pawn pushes. I'm always looking at the light squares. Can a knight get there? Knight f1, knight g3, knight f5. It's a long story, and the presence of this light square bishop will prevent it from being that easy for white. So I'd like to start, but Judith, your point is well taken that, well, it looks like you're getting all aggressive, but there could be a situation where it's just strategic, where you're putting all your pieces on dark squares, and where's this bishop on c1 going to go?
Well, actually, I believe that black can have a continuation after his plan. He played bishop g7. Maybe he does not want to castle either side for some time. And he can go, for example, knight h5. I want to show this, trick, a very typical idea, let's say b4. And if black can try to go, or maybe a4, I don't know. But generally, I just want to show the idea if knight e5 does not work because of knight takes e5, queen h5 and bishop g4 would be trapping the queen, and bishop f7, king just goes out, right? So this is also an idea generally to go knight h5 and go to f4. And then strengthen the position, stabilize the knight on f4. So this is a very good thing for having the pawns on g5 and d5. And then later on, possibly to go g4. And also it's a nice idea to go knight h5, because if black goes g4 in the next move, white is unable to go knight to h4 because the d8 queen is attacking that. So this is an idea, but we see moves and not a4, not b4 happened, but bishop b3.
And then a5. So Tanya, your question, I don't think that Hikaru, he likes to take risks, but I don't think he's going to be castling queenside.
Not after that last move. And we saw that Judah just bringing out tactics out of nowhere in this position, but definitely important and to keep in the radar. These ideas of trying to bring that knight to f4. We might see that eventually in the game. Right now, undecided about where to castle. Has it been surprising for you? And I'll start with Judith on this one. With its problem with the clock, his time management, and I know it's just the start of the game, but once again, with the white pieces, he's the one who is burning the clock early on in the opening. Judith, what has been your take on the way Vidit's handled the clock in this event so far?
Well, it seems like it's a great challenge for him. Maybe it's the biggest challenge because he does spend time where not necessarily is needed to spend time. We don't know why he's spending that much time in different situations. It can be that the pressure is very high also, and he feels it, that it's very important in the beginning of the part of the game, in the opening especially, which he did not prepare so well, or he gets surprised. For example, in this game, I believe he already got surprised. He's out of book. And you are insecure, you don't know exactly how to play, what is the best move. Then you're also thinking, well, what is the most unpleasant for the opponent? Let's figure out that I don't want to get into some home preparation. And of course, he knows these kind of positions. He knows where the pieces belong. At the same time, of course, chess becomes very concrete these days, more concrete than, let's say, a decade ago. And you know that g5 giving a weakness on f5, for example, it's not the end of the world at all. And in this position, we see that g5, e5, a5 pawn structure gives actually space advantage kind of for black. So if white will not be able to play d4 and being active, or playing knight c4, knight e3 and trying to control the d5 and f5 squares, then black can even take over. So it's not an easy thing in this position to play, because if black would not play g5, just develop the regular typical moves to bishop e7, castle, very slow motion, then you just know that with white you play your h3, b4, a4, all kind of positional moves, and then you look around whether you're a little bit better or you don't really have anything. But after g5, you have to be thinking immediately. You have to think about it. Well, what Hikaru has in mind. He wants to go g4, knight h5, castle, developing the pieces and castle alongside. So you start thinking, hesitating what your opponent has in mind. And I think this is what Nakamura is playing for, that he knows exactly that Vidit is taking a lot of time to decide which direction to go in positions where there are a lot of options and none of them are very clear how to continue. And this is one of the most difficult thing in chess, to decide for yourself which are those 2-3 crucial moments in a game where you can spend that 20-25 minutes, maybe even for a move.
Really fantastic breakdown there. And Hikaru has this insane ability to piece all his opponent's weaknesses together and make the most of it. And his opening approach just forces Vidit to burn the clock early on, to take his time, to understand the structure, where to place the pieces. And we do see the players think out, while Hikaru seems to blitz out his early moves with speed and confidence, castling on the board. It's going to be a strategic fight, but we're going to have a fight on all 4 boards as we see the opening phases is underway in round 9 of the candidates from Toronto. We're going to go into our first break, and we'll be back with more opening approaches by the players in round 9 of the candidates.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
I've worked with the 2 players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
We're back with round number 9. It is an early start, but yet the players are in an early think in their boards. We see some surprising opening choices by the players, some unexpected, unorthodox opening there, and then big things. I have been quite surprised with the way we've seen this round being played out, and I know it's still early on, but Alireza going on with this B3 KG approach to the game. Meanwhile, Hikaru with 8-6 G5. Robert, what has been your overview of the first few moves of round 9?
The players are trying to regain their footing. Some of them suffered defeat and they have to bounce back. Others just don't seem to even have any opening preparation against their opposition. And that usually is a compliment to players like Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's incredibly well prepared each and every canvas that he's played in. But it is a bit strange to me to see players choose a specific opening line and an offbeat variation and then be the one tanking. You see on the bottom left, Alireza Firouzja is down something like 16 minutes from what I can see here. That is a really bad sign for him.
And Alireza Judith is one of those players who's so unpredictable, considered to be super creative, super imaginative, of course, an extremely strong player. But we've seen him go on tilt at so many moments in different tournaments when things don't go his way. How much do you think today is actually preparation, strong preparation for the candidates? Or is this just some kind of over-the-board inspiration where he kind of just wants to get a game, but not as much as part of some deep preparation before the round?
Well, he's very young, right? So he's only 20 years old. He does have a lot of experience from one hand. From the other hand, he does not have so much experience. For example, in the candidates, he played only one candidates before, which I think he would rather forget that it ever took place in Madrid. So I think he's very emotional. And which means that when things are going not on his way, he does not handle it. He cannot control it so well as you need to control it in such a situations to be able to bounce back. Because this is what we've seen here. He made some very risky choices in the beginning of the tournament. He went very much on the edge on his time. That was very clear that something was very wrong on his decision-making process. And which means, of course, it can be a lot of things, but also self-confidence, hesitation, imbalance. You don't know, your decision process is not perfectly fine, or you're not in the shape. You don't feel so secure in yourself. So at this point, when things are going badly, it is very difficult to force yourself to go and prepare again, and you prepare against the world-class player who did not lose a single game so far. You know how strong. He's incredibly balanced, Nepomniachtchi, in these candidates as well again. And it is very difficult to go there and prepare just your regular openings, So I've seen it so many times. I have been doing this also when things are going badly. Say, okay, I'm not even going to be preparing necessarily. I go to walk. I come up with a move at the board. You can say it's not too professional. At the same time, everybody takes it from a different angle. And I can easily think about it that he was preparing not much today, because in this opening, of course, you say, I play B3, G3, D3, and then something will be happening. More you're preparing mentally that I'm ready for a long game. At the same time, this is not a good sign that he's spending quite some time. So far, he was spending 23 minutes. And not much have been happening, right? So I feel continuously an insecure Firouzja, that what should I do? What am I playing really? Should I go knight h4? Should I go queen e1? Should I go a3 first? c4? So he's hesitating continuously, because that's how you can spend so much time on your clock, that you're hesitating, you're not sure of yourself which direction to go. And it's not so good, but it is very, very difficult in his situation right now, because should he believe that he's going to be winning the candidates? If he believes it very much, then it's also very difficult to believe it, right? If he doesn't, then for such a young player, he must he may think it even that, okay, why am I here? I mean, this is what we've seen in the last candidates, when He lost, I forgot which game, but it was before the Nepo game, exactly playing with the white pieces, where he played bullet games all night. And then next day he went out there with the white pieces. He did not choose a good opening, so he was practically lost already after 17, 18 moves. And Nepo played one of the life of his games. So we don't know how to handle such situations. One thing is for sure, he's struggling a lot.
A tough spot for Alireza Firouzja, and it doesn't help that he's playing against perhaps the one player who's feeling the most confident in Toronto, undefeated so far, going into round 9, has been in the lead from the very start. And we once again see Yan is not on his board. That's the bottom left board. Alireza in a think. Whether this is over the board prep, whether this is some deep candidates preparation, perhaps Daniel Naroditsky can tell us if he received any bullet challenges last night, and we might get some insights on that. But Robert, we've got the 4 boards, the action on in front of us. What catches your attention? Take us to the board that you want to deep dive in.
I'm going to be honest. I just saw the move that was played on the bottom right by Fabiano Caruana against Nijat Abbasov, and I'm looking at the position that we have there. And of course, I want to go to Gukesh and Pragg. Now we haven't seen that game, but it looks quieter. So I think we should first go to the Abbasov Caruana game. These players have not had the most desirable tournaments. In particular, Fabi still has the candidates on his mind to win it all and then play for a world championship. He lost yesterday to Hikaru. Now with the black pieces, Judith, I have to imagine this is a dream position to have from the black side. This is not just some symmetrical structure where Abbasov can shut everything down. The players are on their own, and I have to say, I like black's lead in development with the white king sitting in the center. And if you can get away with playing e5, opening up what was a poor light square bishop, Fabi has to be feeling pretty good about his chances.
Well, in the break, we were discussing that this might be in the next few moves. Very interesting situation, and we are just getting it already immediately after move e5. I agree with you completely that this caught your eyes. And also it's very typical Fabiano move, I believe, just to take from 1 second to another, sacrifice something, take initiative. And yes, white was playing, I think his last move was a4 before. So this is why I think knight f3 maybe a wiser move, though I don't know how much this is still theory. But this e5 move, which is on the board because after bishop d3, of course it's something very concrete, because if white captures on e5, black wants to go knight g4, attacking the e5 pawn, also at the same time putting pressure on f2. So maybe we can look at this line. If after d takes e5, black, actually there are several options. I think dc4 is also possible immediately, or knight g4 with the similar idea. Maybe after, dc4 maybe immediately. It is interesting. The idea is after bishop c4, capturing on d1, and after king d1 to go knight g4, attacking the f2 and the e5 at the same time. So white has to defend king e2, possibly, or knight h3, which is not very tempting to go on the side of the board, right? But in any case, black would capture back knight e5, and black has a very beautiful position, I believe. Even though white has the bishop pair, this is not exactly what you have in mind with white having the rooks not connected, bishop on c1. It may show up on a3, but I think black will be very fast in developing with his bishop to g4 or f5, knight d7, c5. So black has a very nice position. For white, the king is quite badly saved, and it will be very hard to get a harmony between his pieces. So this is one option after d takes e5, and the other one is to just simply go knight g4. And but after knight g4, knight f3 may be the move, and after d takes c4, already obviously white is not going to be capturing with bishop c4, but going bishop e2 back. Bishop e2, bishop c2, takes on d1, takes knight d7. This can be also pretty nice for black, actually.
Yep, this looks like a completely reasonable line to me. And I mean, as we have shown now, that there are a couple options here that seem to be good for Fabiano, and Abbasov's on the clock. Jude, I want to go back just to point out what you said. I think this is really instructive, that after Black castled, knight f3, it seems like everything transposes to the same position. White want to play bishop d3 and control the center, but knight f3 first, that means that Black's bishop on c8 doesn't get out. And Tanya, we've seen and commented so many games over the years where it looks like an innocuous position. It's not a big deal. But if you start with knight f3, Black never gets this activity with e5. And so Fabi would have to find other avenues to create play and give himself winning chances.
And it just goes on to show that in positions that look so standard, where you want to make these hand moves, these developing moves, you still need to be extremely careful. Chess is not just about playing your own moves, but playing against your opponent's ideas. And bishop d3, a move that you might blitz out. You want to develop your pieces. You don't really stop. You don't take a pause. You don't take a think to understand the difference between taking out the bishop first or the knight first. Can easily land yourself in this position where you're now facing a big break in the center. And again, to Judith's point, that after e5, Abbasov really is forced to take a decision. I don't believe that he can let the pawn be and allow Black to go further with the move e4, really getting a strong, not only a space advantage, but quite a bit of pressure in the future on White's king side. If you can't allow the move e4, you have to take the decision to take on e5. And really nice concept there, Judith, as expressed by you, about taking on c4, the end game being preferable for Black. But I want to ask you, what really happens if White, instead of taking on c4, it might be a question that you can take on f6, and yes, Black recaptures on d3, White takes on g7, picks up that pawn on g7, and I think this is a crucial moment here, Judith, because I would be terrified with Black to take on g7. My instincts tell me that I need to leave that pawn alive on g7 and simply slide with my rook, perhaps, I mean, the only square actually, the rook to e8. King takes pawn, I believe, would be a bad idea in this position.
I completely agree with you. Exactly. We don't take king g7 because we feel in such a positions that actually the white pawn is almost as great as we would have a black pawn there, because the black king is completely safe after going to rook to e8. And the d3 pawn is extremely strong. So the g7 pawn can be captured later on, but for now, much more important to have a safe king. And after that, I believe Black can go queen d5, which can be very strong, centralizing the queen, bishop to f5, knight to d7, and maybe much, much later to capture the pawn on g7. So this is a very instructive line which you showed to us, that really it's much better not to take on g7, because then Black is getting in a risky area for Black for the king. But like playing c4, bishop b2, queen h5, there are many ideas. So this is something everybody should avoid, capturing these kind of pawns. But after rook e8, I think Black is clearly better already.
Super instructive, though, there. Just the umbrella pawn, the shield in front of the Black king. Leave it there, rook e8. And I just love these positions where it seems like White is doing well at first if the Black king took the pawn, but now White is doing terribly because Black controls all the light squares. And look at this. I mean, you can't play chess where you don't develop any of your pieces. White is entirely on the first rank. So, Tanya, I don't think we expect Nijat to get into a position like this. This would be a dream come true for Fabi.
Agreed with you. I think the chances of this going into that endgame that we were looking at earlier with the trade of the queens along the d file is where this game is headed. And perhaps we're going to see a long grind where Fabi will try to push. He needs to do it. He lost his game yesterday against Hikaru. He has to make a comeback to turn the fortunes for himself, to be in the race for the top spots. He's playing against the underdog of the tournament. And even if it goes into a queen trade, a queenless middle game, as we sometimes call it, I think Fabi will be feeling hopeful and ambitious about his chances in that. And I know, Robert, you mentioned the Gukesh Pragg game that we haven't had a look at, and it's quite a fight. Perhaps we can bring up our bird's eye view and jump into that one to do a deep dive. A big game for the standings between the two Indian super talents. Gukesh, 17 years old, making his debut at the Candidates. And how impressed have you been with Gukesh's play and his maturity over the board, Judith?
Well, I'm very impressed by him, and actually, first I was following and witnessing him at the Olympiad in Chennai 2 years ago, nearly 2 years ago, which was incredibly impressive to follow him, winning one game after another, and other and other and other, until finally in game round 9, I think finally he could not win his completely winning position against Nodirbek. But you can see the strength, the power on in Gukesh, that he's so focused, concentrated, having great self-confidence, which of course all this you can say on Pragnananda as well in some ways. But still somehow with Gukesh, I think in this event also, he shows great skills in different ways, or not only in opening preparation, because in opening preparation, I must say maybe Pragnananda showed more to me, but his strengths, how he bounced back, for example. This is something very, very serious and very important. Who is the greatest of all in this? It's Magnus Carlsen. But, well, he's number one. But going back to Gukesh, it's very impressive the way he plays, the way he fights, the way he handles critical positions. Also, he had a very difficult position against Pragananda, and he turned it over, and he even won. And it was a very important win. And we can say that he's in the lead together with Nepomniachtchi, and he even missed some opportunities, even though he has 5 points already.
And the one opportunity that really stands out, and that was his match against Alireza from, a close to a winning position. He lost out in that game at the very end. And how much that's going to come to haunt him, only time will tell, Robert. And at the start of the tournament, for Gukesh and Pragg, for these two players, there was so much talk about how important and invaluable this experience of playing at the candidates will be for their future. But at this point, I think few can doubt that actually winning the whole thing has to be on their mind.
It certainly is, and wish a belated happy birthday to Garry Kasparov, who was very young when he played for the World Championship. I think Gukesh, he knows about his great predecessors. He looks at the past and says, well, why not me? I'm tied for first place. And you could see the devastation on his face. His head hit the table when he lost that game to Firouzja. But his ability to bounce back has been just superb. And I'm not just talking about the fact that he won against Vidit yesterday. He had a terrible tournament in the Isle of Man. His rating plummeted. He lost like 25 rating points. It seemed like he wasn't himself there because he was trying to win and make his way to the candidates. But then the way he bounced back in the Chennai Masters, and of course in Vaikanze at the Tata Steel Masters, where he tied for first and only lost in a tiebreak, a playoff to Wei, you could have called either of them deserving champions, as well as the two others who tied for first. But my point is that what I've seen from Gukesh is he's an immovable object. He plays super solidly. He doesn't often take these tremendous risks. And Pragnananda, Judith, as you said, he's more likely to come up with some wild-looking opening where he gives up a few pawns and goes for it. And somehow Gukesh's results, I feel like he's the one with more variance. Gukesh, in that very Vaikanze tournament, he lost 2 games in a row, and then he won 3 straight. And he earlier beat Wei with black, and then he lost a couple games. He seems to have his ups and downs, but I've loved the way he's been acquitting himself in the candidates. I will say specifically about this position, the one thing I would love to do for Gukesh is bring his C pawn back to C2, because this D3 pawn, I want that well defended. And I would say strategically speaking, this becomes an interesting clash where white has given up the bishop pair, but black is saddled with these double pawns, which can be a long-term weakness. The issue, though, for Gukesh is this D3 pawn. It can be a target because only black has a light square bishop. So, Judith, of course, you have tons of familiarity with these Spanish structures. What do you make of the opening, and do you feel like Pragnananda or Gukesh is happier with the start to this game, as both players have about the same amount of time?
Well, basically, it's very interesting. We are very early part of the game. I'm not sure. I want to debate with you on that C3, I think, because later on, eventually, he's going to play D4 and supporting that idea. But I see your worries a little bit, but not much.
A double-edged sword, the trade, the imbalances that are created. We will potentially see a break in the center, and who will that favor? And before we deep dive into this opening, this epic rivalry that we're going to see for decades to come, let's have a look at how their earlier battle went in round 2.
battle between the Indian youngsters. It looks like Pragg gave up a second pawn. And I've seen many positions like this, and I'm not sure if it's this exact one, but white is 2 pawns down, but trying to pose problems for the black queen in the center.
Pawn to e6, third pawn sacrifice. Can he not count Pragnananda? This is incredible preparation.
Unbelievable defense from Gukesh throughout this game. I think many of us would have crumbled.
Without e6 pawn with the piece down, it seems like there is not a real chance to save the game for Pragg.
I think this is the few moves of this game. Just lost control. Great competition, and ultimately it came down to
What a wild ride that was for Gukesh in round 2, eventually getting the win in, and it continues to be a wild ride as we look at his road ahead in the candidates. He scored a big win against Vidit. It wasn't just the score. It felt like he outplayed Vidit with the black pieces. An incredible game with quite a beautiful finish at the end. He's up against Pragg, who he did beat in round 2 as we saw, and the road continues to be quite the dramatic one as he will be playing against Yan tomorrow. Robert, what do you see as the big bumps and the speed breakers ahead for Gukesh in this one?
I just think Gukesh is super strong. So every opponent in this competition is an unbelievable player, can defeat anybody else on any given day. But Gukesh actually has more wins with the black pieces in this tournament than he does white. He beat Nijat Abbasov, the lowest rated player in the field with the white pieces, but he's won 2 games with black against Pragnananda in the second round, and then yesterday against Vidit. So he's been taking down the Indian players with the black pieces, has Gukesh, and we'll see if, today with white, he can stir up something, gain some inspiration, because Judah, as you said, it looks like white is going to try to strike at some point in the center, perhaps. And one of my questions is, for the black side, is where is Pragnananda going? Is he really just trying to gain space on the queen side? What are his ultimate plans?
Well, I'm looking at this position, and I thought castle may be a risky move, and we just see castle because I'm pretty sure that Gukesh was thinking about it. What happens if black goes g5 now? Because for sure, I would think that as the first candidate moves for black, because it's very much inviting, especially when white has a pawn on h3. It is something, it can be very dangerous to play g5 and g4. Of course, the question is whether can white take and capture the pawn on g5, because after that, let's say g5. That's the first idea. So g5, knight g5, rook goes to g8. And after that, the question is how white is going to be continuing if this happens. Because white cannot come back with the knight to f3 because the h3 can be taken because of the pin on the g8 rook. So this would be something impossible to play with white. So after g5, most likely it's not possible to capture this pawn as far as I see on g5. So the question is, what is the move for white? What about playing knight c4? And after g4, I don't know, maybe can white capture on e5? What do you think?
I love it. I was wondering the same thing, and it looks like your plan to sacrifice a piece temporarily for d4. This is getting crazy, but it's, you know, that mantra, when someone's attacking on the flank, you strike in the center. And I mean, I'm looking at this, it's anybody's contest. I don't care that the evaluation bar says black is ever so slightly better. With the black king in the center, the white king about to be ripped open over on the G file. Good luck to the players trying to figure this one out.
Well, I had the feeling that we are going to have a very sharp and interesting game. For sure, after g5, white has to think about it, how to continue, and I'm pretty sure that Gukesh has something in mind. Maybe d4 immediately, actually. That must be the best move. Reacting immediately in the center, and after g4 to capture on e5.
I don't even know what to capture with, but I'll take with the pawn just because it feels somewhat forcing.
Yeah, but after the pawn, yeah, I think I would also take with the pawn, definitely. What do you think, Tanya, about this mess on the board, what we created just in a few seconds with Robert?
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I will not be surprised if we see this on the board because both these players don't shy away from these complications. They are not bound by any conventions. They want to take their chances. Pragg is also thinking about G5, but I'm with you on this, Judith, that Gukesh with the move shot castle is inviting Pragg into this deep, dark forest of complications. I think we're going to see G5. And out of all the options that we've discussed, knight takes pawn seems the least desirable, the scariest option for white, opening up that G line, inviting black to line up the rook against the king. I think the critical option has to be the traditional chess wisdom, as you pointed out. Your opponent's going for a flank attack. You strike immediately in the center with d4, and then it just gets completely crazy. I have no idea what to make of this situation, but Pragg, he chooses another approach. We don't have g5 on the board. He retreats with the knight to d7. What do you make of this one, Judith?
I'm disappointed, but okay, they will catch up with some kind of interesting stuff. For the moment, I got disappointed a little bit, but I'm sure Pragg knows what he's doing. He wants to go in a more solid way, you see. Maybe it's already that we are in round 9 and every move has great value. So he wants to keep the tension and he's preparing against the move d4 in the center to play f6.
Judith, I felt like for a second you took me back to Berlin 2016, right? Where Vladimir Kramnik had the black pieces against Levon Aronian. He played g5 and g4 because white's pawn is already on h3, used as a hook, and played a very nasty game. So I was rooting for it as well. And I don't root for any specific players, but I root for chaos on the board. And it seems like Praggnanandhaa has other ideas, Tanya. Do you have any insights maybe to his team and kind of how he's taking his approach, given he's a half point back? Do you think that he's waiting for his chances with the white pieces, or what's the deal there? Because g5 would have been an electric move.
We've had a lot of insights on his team so far. We know that Grandmaster Peter Swidler is there with him. We also know that Grandmaster Ramesh, he's working with him from Chennai. He is in India currently, which actually is quite useful and helpful to have your seconds and your trainers in different time zones so that they can look at the chess. And then when you're up, you can look at what they've looked at and then just go play with a fresh mind. We've been seeing incredible opening ideas by Pragg. You're asking about whether he's waiting for his chances. Pragg, to me, is the kind of player who creates his chances on the board by making his opponents come into this territory that gives the opportunity where both players can go wrong, but it means that we most probably get the chaos, Robert, that you're hoping for. And even though g5 is not yet on the board, it's still a very valid option that white needs to watch out for, because Pragg didn't go shot castle. He didn't simply get his king to safety. So g5 is still very much on the cards with the idea of g4, and that knight from d7. It's a multi-purpose move because it can also be headed to c5 to target that d3 pawn that you so highlighted a couple of moves ago that could be a potential weakness. And as commentators, fully agree. We want to see g5. We want to see the madness on the board. But for the players, they need to, of course, be a little more responsible about their decisions. I'm still rooting for g5, Judith. I want that to happen.
We're going to be patient waiting for it.
I feel like we just all learned a lesson from the youngsters in this game. Sometimes it is okay to be patient and not throw the pawn forward. I would have loved to see g5. I think if this were a later round, perhaps Praggnanandhaa would have done it without thinking twice, because he is a half point behind both Yandapamshi and his opponent in Gukesh. But there are more rounds ahead. So we saw Gukesh's graphic of who he's facing coming up. Praggnanandhaa, right, he is black in this game, which means he's going to have several whites coming up, and he probably wants to stay in contention. That is the key when you're trying to get first place and everything else is essentially last.
And Robert, while we've had quite a bit of insight into Pragg's themes, we know who he's with. Gukesh has been a bit of a mystery. Who he's with, who are the trainers who are working with him. We know that his longtime coach from India is Grandmaster Vishnu. We know that he's been working with Grandmaster Gawiski also for a long period of time. I'm not sure if we have any intel, if he's got any seconds present on site with him, Robert.
I don't know. That's a very good question. Hopefully we have some scouts on the grounds looking around for additional seconds. And that's the funny thing about chess tournaments, Judith, you can speak to this so well, is sometimes you're like, Whoa, I didn't know you were in the same city as me. And they're, like, you're not supposed to know that because they're quietly working with one of the players.
Well, for sure, when in my times, it was very normal. If I had a second, the person was right there next to me, and we were having lunch together, we were walking together, and those things are also very important part of the preparation. But of course, these days are different, and many things can happen online. And of course, if you know your player very well, then you can help quite a lot remotely as well, especially if players have several seconds, especially already at this stage of their career when they play in the candidates tournament. But I'm pretty sure Gaevsky or someone with Gukesh, and I think his father is also supporting him a lot, and he's usually around. So all these personal assistant and personal attendance around the player, I think it's very important, or at least it was very important in my career, because I think the most important thing for a chess player to be extremely balanced and get off from everything else, your thoughts only about the event and the game and the nuances and the smallest details. And that can be very helpful when your family or some people around you are there. They know you very well. They know how they have to treat you, handle you, what kind of question to ask. They know whether you're nervous, you're not so nervous, how to calm you down. So those things I think can be extremely helpful. And I see this with the Indian players quite a lot, with the girls and the boys as well, that the families are supporting very much the players. And this, of course, I can resonate quite a bit because I had my career supported by my parents quite a bit for a long time. And I think it's a very, very important support.
That's such an awesome point you make, that the team that you travel with, it's not only about the chess preparation or the opening preparation, it's also how they help you with your mindset so that you can put out your best on the board, taking care of the entire environment around you. And it could be things like what you're eating, going out for walks, keeping fresh, sleeping on time, just these small things, advising on general aspects of your routine during the day, which could make such a big difference. And that is such a massive part of, well, the team that you're with, the seconds and the trainers you're with. And we see these different approaches by the players. We know Vidit is there with his sister, Pragg's there with his mother, Gukesh is there with his father, and I believe Hikaru's got Atusa there, as well as, of course, Chris Littlejohn. Then we know that Fabi's there with Christian Kurelia. So we see this sort of a really nice support system around the players. And Judith, I want to ask you before we deep dive into our four boards, that when you were traveling and playing, whether it was the candidates or all these elite events that you were playing, who was your team? What was your team like? Who did you enjoy going to these tournaments? What was the most beneficial team for you?
Actually, I didn't have a team who was always permanently around. Apart from my parents when I was a teenager, then later on, and also with my sisters, I was traveling together. But much later already, it was my husband was accompanying me. And this was very important. Time to time, on more important occasions, I was traveling with Lev Psahis, who I know because you were also working with him. He was a big stability when I was going to tournaments or when I was playing my match against Boris Spassky in 91. He was a huge help in every way. And so that was something very important. But I think in those days we were somehow handling these things in a different way. Nowadays it speeded up the whole circuit. The players are going everywhere all the time, nonstop playing. So there is a different support, I think, these days.
And speaking of stability, Robert, the position that we have, even though the queens are off the board between Fabi and Abasa, we were looking at this, it's not stable at all for white. There is a big threat on the board, a basic one, but a big one that needs to be taken care of. Knight takes pawn. Knight takes that pawn on f2, comes in with a fork. The e5 pawn is hanging. We were looking at these ideas in the endgame. What do you make of this? And how much of a grind are you expecting this out of Fabi?
Well, a fork on f2 is going to hurt. And even if you push your pawn out of that square, the knight will still jump into f2. So these are the types of positions that I've always hated and fail to understand from the white side. Your pawn structure is in ruins. Not only is black about to regain one of the pawns, and he moved his king to e1, and I see the bar is dropping. So that move was not the best move. If we can, I'm just going to quickly look to see what was the number one choice. You're not going to believe it. The number one move was...
Yeah.
Were you going to say it, Judith? What was your
I don't know. I have a crazy idea, but I don't know if that's crazy. F4.
Yes, of course you got it, Judith. Giving up the rook in the corner was, in fact, the best move according to the engine.
Because I think that simply, I mean, this is the engine world, right? King e2 takes bishop a3. And the bishop on d6, knight f3, grabbing the knight on h1.
You are 1,000,000% correct.
That is insane. You just allow the fork to land.
Chess is insane these days.
That is on point. And I think it's, of course, the engines have made so much possible. You have to just keep your biases aside. But what a line this is, very difficult to play out, of course, because you're just giving up material at the start. And I believe we've got some moves on the board. Robert, you're saying f4 was the way to go, but you can't blame Abasov for keeping his rook alive in this endgame.
No, I think that this was a natural continuation for somebody who doesn't want to give up a rook in the corner, and he would have essentially obtained a piece and a pawn, a minor piece and a pawn for a rook. So it's essentially 4 points of value for a rook, which is worth 5. But that is so difficult to assess. Both players, they see that position. They understand that white has compensation, but how much? And if you are not certain, you're not going down that path, you take essentially the option that looks safer to you. But in fact, it could be more dangerous. Look at the position. C3 and A4, both these pawns are isolated. The light squares, they seem that they're going to be blacks for the taking. A bishop f5 maneuver, a rook to d8, this knight at some point likely to land on d3. And it just feels like a position where black can safely play the continuations and won't be in much risk, because unlike white, black's pawns are all on healthy squares. What would it take for white to have the advantage is an open position, because white has the bishop pair. But for now, the bishop on c1, yes, it can go to a3, but I believe a rook wants to land on d8. And in fact, it's black's move. The rook can go to d8 right away, trying to get knight d3 check-in and say it's going to be opposite colored bishops, but black's pawn structure is healthier. That leaves Fabi in the driver's seat.
Well, I believe that it's very important that it's black to move, because if it would be white to move, then white could play f4 again to be active, though I'm not sure, maybe it's too risky, but that's what comes to mind first. Of course, knight f3 is the other one. To f3 to push back the knight, and to develop even maybe a e4, play bishop a3, knight f3. So if white could make it very active with his pawns and stably not losing any of them, then white, of course, with the bishop pair has a great advantage. But the problem is that white is very much behind suddenly in development. And as you pointed out, Robert, rook d8, knight d3, this is the most obvious continuation. And but also another one, maybe bishop e6 and knight c4, though maybe that can be some tactical issues, but I think that's also possible. But now it's
domination.
Yeah, now it's Fabiano who's actually choosing from the several options, right? Bishop e6, bishop f5, rook d8, but definitely, as you say, white square domination from black.
And Tanya, this has to be a relief for Fabi, because what Abasov did in the first half with his white games is he drew all of them, and he tried to stabilize in several of them. So here with the white pieces, this isn't stable. Even if the evaluation bar is hovering close to the center, it does seem like a position where Fabi can safely try to play for the advantage. And Abasov will have to show the defensive resourcefulness he showed yesterday against Yanapamshi again today against Fabi.
When Abasov gets an equal position, a completely balanced position, the guy is making no mistakes. He finds all the right way forwards. He keeps everything under control, and he's been holding the absolute best in the world to draw without problem. But this position is, even though the queens are traded, it's full of imbalances. The pawn structure that you highlighted, that bishop pair advantage will most probably be neutralized in the next couple of moves. For Fabi, it's a pleasant choice. Does he want to do it with the knight to c4 or with the rook development and the knight to d3? I think it's going to be also about where Fabi thinks his best chances are. He wants to trade off the pieces, but he also wants to make sure that he can keep playing for a win. Even if the position stays balanced, there should be something to keep playing for. And as long as Fabi thinks he's got enough, I think we've got a long game in our hands, and fully agree that this does feel like a dream position out of the opening. When you're playing with the black pieces, when you're out of a difficult loss, this is the kind of position that you want, where you can just push endlessly without too much risk, Judith.
Well, for the moment, it's very clear, I think, what we've been discussing, the moves, and highlighting that the white squares are very weak, the c4 and d3 for white. But at the same time, black has to be played precisely, I think, because if, let's say, white can bring his knight to d4, then already a great job has been done, or c4, not c4, maybe e4, bishop development. So black has to be careful very much what he's doing. And also, I think maybe the position is not that bad, as we were talking about white's position so much. Of course, we would all rather play it with black than white at this point. But I think white shouldn't have made such a huge mistake that he's in real big trouble. But of course, these positions, it's not necessarily easy to play when you play against Fabiano, that, well, you want to make a draw, but you have to make the very accurate moves. Now it's only the white square weaknesses, then maybe I cannot put my king anywhere, so I cannot connect my two rooks. So there are a lot of small things has to happen for white to go really bad, I think.
Fabi will have to try and grind this one out like a super grandmaster if he wants to get the win in. It's not an easy ride, but quite a good start playing with the black pieces going into this endgame. But Abasov has showed exceptional technique, keeping things under control so far in this candidates. And as the players are thinking and we go into the next stage of the game, we are going to go into our next break, and we will be back with all the action from the candidates on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment. Their father, Laszlo Polgar, believed that anyone could be a genius, and he set out to prove it with his three daughters. At an early age, the eldest, Susan, showed an affinity for both chess and math, but her passion was at the chessboard. Susan became the best female chess player in the world by age 15. Their father nurtured his daughter's gift, and when it came time, he taught chess to both of Susan's sisters as well. Before they were even teenagers, Susan Sofia and Judith Polgar became world-renowned for their exceptional chess skill. At age 15, Judith Polgar became the youngest person to achieve a Grandmaster title, an incredible chess record which had been held by Bobby Fischer for 34 years. Judith quickly climbed the ranks in chess, mercilessly destroying Grandmaster opponents and gaining victories and accolades. She became the number 7 player in the world, reaching a peak rating of 2735 and defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov. At Rome in 1989, Sofia made history with an incredible 2900 rating performance, one of the best ever recorded to that date. She later decided to pursue other avenues than chess, but according to Laszlo, she had the most talent. These three sisters defied the norms at the time and became champions. To this day, they fight for equality in chess and continue to inspire the next generation.
I try to be the person to help kids learn chess and through chess to be more successful in life.
The Polgars left a legacy both on the board and in the world.
Every chess player dreams of becoming world champion, but to even make it to the main stage, first they must win the Candidates Tournament, a grueling event played out over 3 weeks featuring some of the top players in the world. 8 competitors will face off in both the Candidates and Women's Candidates. Each has qualified in a unique way. The runner-up in the previous World Championship match, the top 3 finishers of the FIDE World Cup, the top 2 finishers of the FIDE Grand Swiss Tournament, the winner of the FIDE Circuit, or, for the women's section, the top 2 finishers of the Women's Grand Prix, and last but not least, the highest rated player in January that hasn't already qualified by other means. Both the Candidates and Women's Candidates tournaments consist of a double round robin with classical time controls. This means there will be 14 rounds, with each player facing one another twice, once with the white pieces and once with the black. If 2 players are tied for first at the end of the 14 rounds, they must play a 2-game tiebreaker with rapid time controls. And if more than 2 players are tied for first, a single round robin will be played, also with rapid time controls. Further ties will be broken by a repeat of this format with even faster time controls until there is a winner. Players will also earn prize money for their efforts, but make no mistake, they are all here for one thing and one thing only: a shot at becoming part of history as the next FIDE World Champion.
The ultimate dream for every chess player to fight for the World Championship, and this is the final stepping stone to getting there. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 9 of the Candidates, and we saw that incredible Polgar story in the break, and we've got Judith Polgar, the strongest female player in the history of chess, calling the action for the Candidates. What a time to be alive. And there on our screen, we've got the 2 young Indian superstars fighting it out. Judith, the opening phase comes to an end in round 9. We've got the 4 boards in front of us. What's your take on the upcoming action looking at our matches?
Well, by now we are heading into the middle game, and I think some very big excitement going to be happening between Vidit and Hikaru. That's very clear, though Vidit, again, he's spending a lot of time so far going into the middle game part. I think Alireza, after all, made a good decision with his opening choice, because we are heading into the middle game where Black has a shaky bishop on h7. If you look at the bottom left position. So I think that's something we are going to see some more excitement. Eventually, White is going to be pushing his pawn f4 and so on and so forth. And Nijat against Fabiano, it became an end game, which is a middle game without queens, basically. Now Fabiano is thinking, I guess, how to continue the game, how to keep it, the tension as much as possible, and how he gives for himself the best chance to somehow squeeze a little bit Nijat. And of course, the big game of the day is between the two youngsters, Pragnananda and Gukesh, because, Gukesh is playing for the first place. He's in the lead. And of course, Pragnananda also has the same idea to catch up and go into the first place. So, for example, if he would win with the black pieces, he would be going into the lead suddenly. But we see a very solid position unexpectedly. We were hoping few moves ago that it can be some sharp G5 kind of very active play by black, but very interestingly enough and very nice to see this, that even though Pragnananda is very young, but he has patience and he can control himself and he can focus very well. He knows exactly that he cannot lose this game. He wants to take everything under control and still be playing, of course, out the game. So we have 4 very exciting games to look for.
Absolutely, Judith. And in my experience, the more you try to keep things under control in chess is when things get absolutely wild, and it's very hard to do that. The position that you're pointing out, the top right board, to me, it still feels like the calm before the storm. That last move attacking Black's queen, provoking more pawn moves from Pragnananda. Robert, 4 fighting battles in front of us. We're spoiled for choice. Despite having an early endgame, one that's still full of action on that bottom right board, what catches your attention? Where should we go next?
What's catching my attention is that the games are pretty quiet thus far. We don't have some of these sacrificial 2 pawns given away by Pragnananda against Gukesh earlier in the event. No Sicilians with sharp play, kings on opposite sides of the board. We have none of that this round. And I'm not saying that we're going to get 4 draws because there's so much life left in every game. But I think we should dive in maybe to the game between Alireza Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Just because Jan, one of the co-leaders, he has never not been in the lead. He's always been at least in shared first in the candidates since 2020/2021. And here with the black pieces, Jan Nepomniachtchi, it feels like something hasn't gone exactly right for him. Judith mentioned that his bishop on h7 feels buried. There is a healthy pawn chain towards the center that is blunting the scope of the bishop on h7. And white can expand either with f4 or, if you want to go on the queen side, with a4, whereas I have yet to find black's exact idea. So as I look at this position here, I think Alireza can be happy about how the opening went, though he is down 21 minutes and they have only played 13 moves per side. So Tanya, when you look at this, Alireza, he is focused, trying to figure out his next move. Do you think that this is more up Alireza or Jan's alley? Because a lot of people think they have quite a similar style.
I want to say neither, because what is up? Both of their rallies are those crazy wild positions that we get where we see players really go for blood on the board. This one, I think it's slower, but agree with you that it feels like Alireza has managed to create that little something out of the opening with his unorthodox choice. And even though at first sight, it might feel to many of us that 1 second, black's the one that looks like you've got more space in the center, that pawn on d4 also blunting out white's bishop on b2. Yes, the bishop on h7 isn't great, but so is your bishop on b2, not doing much. But it all comes down to the mobility in the structure. It just feels that white's the one that can push forward with that f pawn, maybe eventually even the e pawn moving forward. The g2 bishop stays unchallenged on the long diagonal. If you want to open up that bishop on b2, there is a potential break at the right moment with c3 that you always have to watch out for. And long term, easier moves for white to make. The a4 knight c4 idea that you highlighted. Judith, struggling to find similar concepts for black in this position. I would think about a queenside expansion because nothing else really comes to mind. I want to start throwing my queenside pawns up the board. What are the ideas that Jan can use to fight all the pluses that we're seeing in white's position right now?
Well, that's a good question, whether how black should be playing from now on. For example, I'm thinking also, what about black to play e5? If he can play e5, would he play e5 in this position? because that would block the g2 bishop. Also, it would control quite a bit the f4 kind of moves. And also it would block very much the b2 bishop very well. So I think this might be an option. Interestingly enough, a4 was played. You mentioned, I think, a4. I was more of a fan of f4, straightforward, strengthening the king side for white. But of course, a4 has also a lot of sense, because black's idea could be also to play b5, control the c4 square, and moreover to gain a little space on the queen side. At the same time, I think now I would really consider to play e5 with black, though I'm not very happy with the bishop on h7, because it should be standing on e6 behind the e5 pawn. Then, of course, the whole story would be very different. But after e5, I can imagine that black will play f6, king h8, bishop g8, and go transfer it to that diagonal from g2 to a2. Otherwise, of course, black can go queen c7 to connect the rooks, also not to allow white to play e5. Also possibly b6, a6, b5. Still, he should not give up this kind of plan. But it's a very interesting middle game we are looking ahead in this game.
Definitely is. And I think you've mentioned like 4 different plans from both sides that all make sense. And that's the struggle I've had in positions like this. In fact, this resembles the blitz games I play all the time, where I play b3 and g3 and just double fianchetto and try to expand later, where it doesn't feel like either side is creating tension, not opening lines. The rooks have no open files. The bishops, they all look bad. I guess e5 is one of these somewhat committal decisions, because at some moment this bishop may escape on over to h3 and at least feel like it's doing something useful. I'm not sure it actually gets you all that much, but the bishop on h3, at least it's staring at a knight on d7 rather than its own pawn on e4. And I'm with you, Judith, like b6, a6, b5, expanding on this flank looks sensible to me. e5 also, bishop h3 is not in the end of the world. It's not really that big of a threat. So e5 does make a lot of sense as well. But I just feel like I always burn a lot of time trying to play perfectly, and perfect tends to be the enemy of the good. Tanya, what about you? When you look at this, so many ideas come to mind, but what do you think Jan's going to do?
It's a tough choice for him. And we were just talking about how he needs to take his time, but he immediately goes. And of course, Judith gets it right on the spot there, goes for e5, stopping any expansion in the center, controlling that f4 break, stopping that light squared bishop on g2 from getting too active. But still, it looks like Alireza's got some plans. Will he still try to break with f4? Will he jump in with that knight to c4? Has Alireza's approach worked out with the double fianchetto? Is it going to be double the fun for Alireza Firouzja? Well, one thing's for sure. What's also double is that this is the second time these two are playing against each other in these tournaments. Let's have a look at the highlights of their clash in round 2.
For the second day in a row, an Alireza Firouzja game has doubled pawns, but this time it's Jan with those doubled, isolated f-pawns and a weak king, and yet the engine doesn't care, nor does Jan. You see Firouzja, he plays queen g6, and the bar shoots all the way up.
We said a mistake was incoming, and it has happened.
Alireza has under 5 minutes, so queen takes e7, he knows is the correct move. But I think he wants to play his follow-up quickly after queen takes h6, because that I don't have a clear answer on. There are many options. It does look like black is threatening queen h1 check and all sorts of pressure against the white king. So I think he wants to make his follow-up immediately. So that's why he's sitting on his move. And we see Jan Nepomniachtchi. He wins the game. There's the handshake. It is over.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi got his win against Alireza in round 2. But right now, it is Firouzja who is in a driving seat out of the opening. He did come up with this very interesting idea of the bishops on b2 and g2. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has managed to stop the advance for the time being. But to me, Robert, it feels like we will be seeing a break in the center by Firouzja. f4 always on the radar. I'm looking at ideas of that knight jumping in from c4, eventually landing more pressure in the center. And Judith, you said the idea of e5, but I'm still liking white. I'm still taking the chances, staring at that bishop on 8-7. What do you make of this position? And do you think we're going to eventually see f4, even though Yan tries to stop it temporarily?
I do believe that you're right, and we're going to see f4, and that's true that knight should be placed on c4 at some point. That was the main idea of playing a4 in the previous move for Alireza. So knight c4, of course, supports very well the upcoming f4 at some point. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that after f4, black is not going to be taking on f4. He will not give up the center and let the bishop to be open. So black's plan would be, I think, after f4 kind of moves, to play f6 to stabilize the center for sure. And then what Robert said before, that once the g2 bishop will show up on h3 after e5, of course, that is very much expected. So the big question is when Alireza is going to be playing f4. So one idea is to go with the knight to c4 and to put pressure on e5 square. On the other hand, it's also possible that he's not going to be playing that because he thinks that, let's say he goes rook f1 and f4, he needs the knight more on f3 and possibly go to h4 after f6. So let's say black goes queen c7 if we play it out. Queen c7, f4, f6, and then, probably bishop h3 for sure. I mean, that is very much inviting to control the white squares. Possibly even white queen can come out to g4 or h5, but maybe that's an exaggeration. Black would be going king h8. And then when the queen on c7, it's not so easy to play knight f3 because the f4 pawn might be hanging. But for now, maybe it is possible because d7 knight can be under attack. So this is something interesting how black will be continuing here, but also in some cases, even f4, f5 is possible to close the whole position and then to play g4, h4, and to play like a reversed King's Indian. I was a big King's Indian player, so I can resonate with that, to play g5, h4, knight f3, bishop comes back from b2 to c1 to support g5. But it's a long game, which is going to be. And of course, you're careful to play f5. Sorry.
No, I was going to say black's pieces can't move. Look at this bishop on e7, bishop on h7. I understand that it's not that bad for black, but Judith, this just feels terrible to have a position like this where you're just waiting for your opponent to try and break through.
Yeah, but still black can try to play a6, b5. For the moment, probably a6 would be a mistake because white would go a5 and then block the pawn. So black would waste the time to play b6 first. And after b6, later on to play a6. And only after that, black is possible to play b5. And once the knight goes away to f3, then already black can go c4 and look counter chances on the c5. So this is absolutely a structure of reverse King's Indian.
And that to me is super interesting because the other player, apart from Judith right now, who loves the King's Indian defense is Alireza Firouzja himself. And I'm just wondering, looking at all these lines that we're playing out with this attack on the king side, the potential of a flank attack with the pawns rolling down the board, totally inspired by King's Indian. If Alireza's opening approach was in fact inspired by his love for the King's Indian with the black pieces, Robert.
It very well could be that. And you want to get into familiar territory. And when you have inspiration like the King's Indian, where you're going for the attack, it makes a lot of sense. And these types of positions, they're quiet at first, and then they get super sharp to the point where a result could happen in 10 moves. Because if white successfully throws those pawns forward, you're going for checkmate. And as Judith pointed out, black is trying to open up, expanding on the queen side to get some counterplay because white's plan is relatively straightforward. But in the live position, I think that some of Alireza's moves, and he just made one, f4, are very natural. And he decides to just go for it right away. He didn't set it up with knight c4, and bishop c1 and f4. He just went for it immediately. It's a good call. And after queen to c7, maybe he'll play rook f1, one of Judith's suggestions. Queen f3 makes a lot of sense. And he shouldn't play f5 until he's certain it's a good idea, because when you rush moves like that, then they're committal. The pawn tension doesn't remain on the board. So these are very big decisions. And in a way, now that I think about it, because white is committing quite a bit, some of Jan's reactions might be played quite quickly. Queen c7 makes sense. King h8. You can see Jan. He's already ready to make a move, it would appear.
I want to point...
I was just going to say f4 on the board, Judith, but please go ahead. I'm still waiting for that f5, g4, the flank attack. And we did see a super chat just before I give you the mic, Judith, which said that this is going to be an incredible time scramble. We saw that feature chat earlier. And I wanted to ask you as well about this, Judith. How important will the clocks be as we see the race towards each other's king in this one, or towards Black's king?
I think the time element we've seen in most of the games, and it's not necessarily the fact that somebody is going to be blundering, but it does affect their decisions in which direction they make, and of course blunders as well. But what I wanted to point out, which is very important in this system, when we talk about the King's Indian structure and ideas, that the bishop on h7 really gives Black a very hard time. Because if the bishop would be on e6 and Black can go f6, then the bishop on e6 on that diagonal supports very much the plan which we discussed before, having a6, b5, c4. And that's very, very important, that who is going to be first on the queen side flank. Black is pushing c4 and open up the files on the c5, or to play g4, g5. So this is a race many times. And once white can play f5 and the bishop on h7 is not only placed very badly, but it's very difficult to bring it back, because white, when Black is going to go move away with the king to the corner on h8 and go bishop g8 and f6, then there is a very weak spot on the Black's camp on g6, so the knight can be brought there. So definitely, I think I would definitely go for white side. But now, of course, the question is how Alireza is reacting. Is he going to be playing bishop h3 and attacking the d7 knight, so indirectly for the moment defending the f4 pawn? Is he going to be wasting, or not wasting, but spending the time to play rook f1 defending the f4 pawn? Or he's ready, he says, I don't care, I go f5 immediately because the bishop on h7 will pay its price in this game.
Yeah, these are not easy decisions. I was telling you, I was going to throw it to you, so I'm glad you said it. I mean, so f5, it's committal because it takes away the pawn tension. But Tanya, it looks so tempting. You just want to throw all your pawns forward.
And it just feels like the moves kind of flow for white, but Black still has to take a timeout to really get that a6, b5. The attack that actually white plays with the King's Indian defense, the race on the queen side, to get that going, Jan still needs a move. You need to make b6 happen to actually get a6, b5 on the board. But for white, it's just a matter of a few moves, and it just feels like they play by themselves. I do believe the clock will matter. Alireza's decisions will matter, how quickly he makes them. He's under the 1 hour mark. We've seen the no increment really be quite the devil in these positions when they do blow up. It's still too early to call, but this is getting exciting. And also, let's point out before we perhaps look deeper into this position, Robert, just how important this game is for the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's been on the lead from the start, he's undefeated in this tournament so far. I know right now he's sitting green with envy, looking at Alireza's position. He wants to be Alireza in this game right now. He wants to be playing white this position.
That was a good one. Anyone would prefer to have this from the white side. I think that is abundantly clear. But Alireza, he does have a bit of a burden on his shoulders because f5 is such a committal move. And he does have to look out because if he doesn't play f5, maybe in some positions, Black thinks about doing that, especially if white doesn't keep his own king safe. Black can lash out with f5, and that solves multiple problems at the same time. It means that white can't gain more space. It does, unfortunately, open up this bishop on g2, so that's how it could backfire, but also springs free. This bishop on h7, opening up the rook on f8, and maybe Black could get some counter chances. This is a tense position. It will be less tense, at least immediately after f5, but we see the exact plans that we keep discussing, g4 and h4 and g5. The one bit of good news, though, is if f5 happens immediately, perhaps this bishop can snake outside the pawn chain, and that's why Alireza starts with queen f3. He stopped f5 because the b7 pawn would be hanging at the end of the diagonal. He protects his pawn on f4. I actually think this was a very prudent move, and I'm a fan of it from Alireza, Judith.
I agree with you. I also like the move queen f3 because keeping the tension, it makes a lot of sense. Of course, to play f5, usually it is early when black did not play f6 yet. At the same time, it's kind of very tempting to push f5 at some point, really to put the h7 bishop, making it a pawn, basically. But of course, there is time for that, and white has quite a few moves where he can improve his position. And it's very difficult, I think, for black to be playing right now. So b6 is a very logical move, as we discussed it before, and this is what I'm expecting from black. It's very nice move queen f3, but I'm not sure what next move will be for white. Is he going to be playing bishop h3? Is he going rook f1? Is he planning for... what is he planning for? Because if you play f5, then the queen on f3 does not stand so well. That's my problem, that the square on f3, I need it for my knight. So it means that I will have to move away, which maybe actually he's going to be moving away to f2. So I like to keep the tension. At the same time, I'm not sure how is he going to be improving his position after b6.
Very interesting. And Jan is taking a think. And to that point, I'm just wondering, Robert, is it possible for white to actually keep the tension on the board? You would love for black to perhaps take on f4. Once black takes on f4, the g file opens up, gives you so much play. So Alireza not committing, this would be the dream, right? You've got this idea of getting your rook to the g file. The pawns have mobility in the center. It feels like white's playing this position out. Now, if Alireza played queen f3, which kind of seems to imply he doesn't immediately wants to go for the pawn storm on the king side. The other plan that comes to mind, Judith, you asked the question, what could it be? You know, we've been discussing different move orders of it, but bishop h3, you target the knight on d7. Let's say b6 is played by Jan. It just feels like the move you want to make to go b6, a6, and you go bishop h3. You're again discouraging black from playing f5. The tactics work out in white's favor. Notice how the rook on a8 will be tender after the trades on f5. So still not possible for black to counter the center with this. And Robert, you're highlighting the line. The rook on a8 hangs at the end of it. But bishop h3 not only stops the idea of f5. Next, I want to bring that knight to c4, an idea that we've been discussing earlier, and actually force Jan to take a decision with that e5 pawn.
Yeah, they're loose pieces. That's the problem. Judith, I'm starting to like the look of this for white. I think the tension remaining is beneficial.
Well, I do like this idea, of course, for white to go bishop h3 and putting pressure on the knight. White wants to grab that knight on d7 and simply capture the e5 pawn. So an extra pawn would help white. And of course, the next move, if white is not even taking on d7, let's say after rook a d8, white wants to go knight c4 and still putting pressure and wants to go bishop d7. The question is whether should black play f6 and fight that way, though bishop e6 is very inviting, and after king h8, still keep the tension. Even bishop queen g4 can be a possibility to move. I mean, obviously, white has a very beautiful position, but maybe immediately white does not have anything concrete. I don't see anything concrete.
I don't either. And it's one of these positions where, you know, we see off to the side, the evaluation bar is in white's favor, but it's not winning, nothing of the sort. And sometimes that means that the breakthrough becomes borderline impossible. But white does have so many options from a distance. Bishop c1, push all of your kingside pawns, but you have to do so in the proper order. Otherwise, you may take a misstep. So I feel like this position, Tanya, you said earlier, it's very clear that every player in that playing hall would like to have this from the white side. But as we're kind of playing out here, it's not easy to crash through, even if you bring bishop to h3, knight to c4, or push those pawns forward on the king side right away. Black is stuck. You're not going to get the active play that you'd want if you're on the palm sheet, but it is not a position that is just going to be whites for the taking. You have to prove it.
Completely agree with you, but that said, Robert, I think all of us would want to take this position with the white pieces. It's also so hard for Yan to keep things under control in this one and to just sort of wait for Alireza to show his cards, to show his plan. And it's also so against Yan's style to just play, wait for white to blow out how to open up this position. And while he takes a think, and I would love to see for Alireza to get that situation where he's got all these light squared weaknesses. I think he's going to try to push this one. Should we move to our bird's eye view and do a quick overview of the action that we've got? The positions, a slow opening start in all 4 matches, but definitely heating up. The Alireza Yan board on the bottom left, we saw a reverse King's Indian. Meanwhile, on the top left board, Vidit versus Hikaru Nakamura, and we see still a really closed position, a very strategic fight in that one as well. The top right board, the imbalance of the bishop pair has been neutralized, and Pragnananda does manage to get rid of his pawn structural weaknesses. Meanwhile, bottom right, Fabi in that endgame has also managed to neutralize white's bishop pair, gets a better pawn structure, trying to push for more. Robert, what catches your attention on these 4 boards?
Well, Fabiano's position, the bottom right, looks awesome. I mean, he just has the control of the light squares and a very healthy pawn structure. So Abbasov has a lot to prove if he's going to hold down in that game. But what's catching my eye is on the bottom left, the top left, and the top right, has a single pawn been traded? I know some minor pieces have been traded, but it looks to me like all 3 of those games have all 8 pawns for both sides.
We don't get to see that every day, Judith. So a lot of tension on all these 3 boards. But that also means that there are a lot of pawn breaks in the future. And when that happens, we can expect a big fight once the pawn breaks appear.
Well, in those 3 positions, yeah, it's something very close, but there are a lot of excitement at the same time, and we can feel and we can expect that another few moves, 10 to 15 moves, and everywhere there will be some breakthrough or open up the position. Because, for example, to see Vidit Nakamura game on the top left, we have all the 8 pawns, both players, but there are a lot of weaknesses for black. And at one point, I'm pretty sure that d4 will appear on the board, and then it will be opening up the position, because g5 in the opening, we liked it very much, or at least I was a big fan of that. But of course, it created a long-term weakness on f5. So there I'm expecting something opening up. I mean, that position, it's very unique because all the pawns and the pieces are still on the board. So some exchange will be done, I believe. And what excites me very much, the Gukesh against Pragnananda, because there indeed we have a lot of pawns, and we see a continuous provocation by Gukesh. Continuously, he wants to pull out the rabbit from the hat, that he invited the g5 in the earlier stage of the game, but Pragnananda was not going that direction. Then he went bishop at g5 at some point, where f6 was kind of an invitation to play f6, but Pragnananda did not play it, but went knight f6. Now bishop on e3, attacking the b6 pawn. White wants to provoke some pawn move again, because this is how white can get an advantage. But now Pragnananda is counterattacking with his latest move.
Tensed battles, Robert. And before we deep dive into this one, I have a question for both of you. We've got 4 games going on, and the Black Mirror episode of this match was round 2 that saw 4 decisive results. Looking at the 4 boards, the overview that we just had, how many decisive games are we expecting today? And Robert, I know you hate this, and I'm going to throw you under the bus, but I'm going to start with your prediction on this one. How many decisive games?
I've been hosting recently, so I get to ask those questions, so I'm unhappy that you're throwing this back at me. But I'm looking at these games. I think we're going to get 2 decisive games. I really like Fabiano's position. Of course, Abbasov, he's not in that much trouble, at least at the moment, objectively speaking, but I think practically it's going to be a difficult defense against somebody as strong as Fabiano. And then pick one of those games. I think we'll have a decisive one. I'm not even sure whose favor, but considering the Firouzja Nepo game and all the pieces that remain on the other boards, one of them might be decisive. Judith, you can feel free to totally disagree with me and say 0 games or 4, but I'm curious what you think at this stage.
Well, actually, looking at the games and discovering them in the last 2 hours or so, I would say 3 decisive games. It can easily happen. What about you, Tanya?
I'm gonna
Nice, your turn.
I'm gonna go with 3, and not just because I'm Judith's biggest fan, but actually in these positions that we have in front of us, and I think in Fabi Abasov expecting a result in that one, I think Pragg Gukesh also big chances of it being decisive, and the Alireza Yan, it promises to be fire on the board with these reverse Kings Indian ideas that we might see happening. Yan on the defense. I'm gonna go with 3 as well, Robert. I think it's a slow start, but it's going to be anything but a slow end to today's action.
Well, look at this game. If it's any indication, it was a pretty slow start. Yes, Hikaru put his pawn on G5. We've seen 0 trades. Look, everyone is still on the board that started there. But knight H5, it doesn't threaten checkmate, but you have to look out for a few things. Knight F4 is a natural follow-up. At some point, not with the king on G8, but F5 will be in the cards. And do not overlook bishop takes H3, because the queen and bishop are lined up over here. A piece sacrifice for 2 pawns to rip open the white king that could be dangerous for Vidit to deal with. It is his turn. I think he should see all of this and probably bring his own knight back to E3, and that covers many of the vulnerable squares. But I get the sense that Hikaru, he is feeling this position out, because he does have an eventual pawn break that could be quite annoying for Vidit to deal with. Judith, I'm going to toss it to you here, because it's so many pieces on the board that I feel like I'm losing track of what's to come.
Well, exactly. I would also say the same thing as you said, knight to E3. That seems to be the best reaction to knight H5, to make sure that white is controlling more squares on the king side, especially the F5. And also the important square is the defensive square is on G2, because and actually we see knight E3 just happened. There was not much of a choice, I think, for white. And the main idea and the important thing is that bishop H3 probably does not work at the moment, which is very important, because as you highlighted, this is something where white really has to watch after. And because if black captures on H3, white captures it, queen takes on H3, the F3 knight just goes to H2, let's say, and the important knight on E3 covers the G2 square. So after knight F4, there is no threat, no mate on G2. So white can go queen D1, queen G4, or just white has time, but probably that's... well, maybe D3 pawn is still hanging, so maybe I had time for bishop C4 to defend it first, and only after that queen D1. But the important thing is that nothing really serious happening for white at the moment. So if bishop H3 is not possible to sacrifice, this is a very important news. And we should not forget that Hikaru also spent quite a lot of time. In the beginning, it was Vidit who was spending a lot of time in the opening, and he played very slowly, but by now he caught up, and they have roughly the same time left in this game. If white can exchange the bishop, which is, well, basically it's unavoidable for black, probably bishop takes on A2, rook A2, rook on A2 does not stand so well. But after that, knight controls the F5 square, and one day he wants to go to F5, and we see bishop A2. It's logical to capture on A2 because the rook on A2 does not stand so well. So it's better this in this form for black, I believe. And after that, it is a question whether what black wants. Knight E7. Did this happen? It happened already on the board. Very logical, controlling the D5 and F5 square. And then probably black wants to go knight to F4. Of course, that's a very nice business seat for the knight, because G3 is not possible. The H3 is attacked. Possible later on strengthening the position with H5, or even going out with the king from G8 to H8 just in case and play F5. But still, I believe white should be having a nice position after D4, for example.
Gosh, Robert, after seeing this position and all these potential ideas for black, especially like the point that the light square bishops are off the board, black can start thinking about f5 and opening up the f file as well to get more pieces into the attack. And definitely that's something that Hikaru will have on his mind. I might even say we'll be in for 4 decisive results because this one looks like an extremely rich position as well where players can fight for. For Vidit, I see the evaluation bar. It seems to say that Vidit's position's fine. To my eyes, it just feels like it's a difficult position to play as white. Black's getting in knight f4 much easier. The other knight is jumping into g6. All the points that Judith just made feels to be working in black's favor. Meanwhile, d4 means you open up the bishop on g7. Never easy to allow that. Where is your knight from e3 going? The key squares are defended. I would be feeling the pressure with white here. How do you explain the evaluation bar favoring Vidit at this point?
Yeah, I would say that because black is going for all this kingside attack, usually if there's an attack on the side of the board, you want to strike in the center or distract the opponent's pieces. So d4 certainly comes to mind, and b4 as well, because if I can try to create a weakness on a5 or have black take this pawn on b4 to create an outside pass pawn, maybe that's something to speak of. Now, I'm not so sold on it because I'm scared of these knight f4 ideas, f5. It does feel like an attack in the making, and Hikaru is one of the best attackers. He grew up playing the King's Indian defense. He's had some brilliant victories, including against Boris Gelfand. That's one of his most memorable games. And so the engine, I think, is saying that white is okay, but I do think there's way more than meets the eye than just, oh, you can do whatever you want and have a slight edge. Now, black is the one who's trying to strike, and I think that white should perhaps preempt it and try to go for the queen side. Judith, I don't know if you agree with that, but I do feel like if I were playing, I'd want the black side, but now that I see the evaluation bar, it's helping me to come up with certain decisions.
Well, b4 is very interesting idea what you suggest at this point, and of course white has to make a strategy what he's up to against knight f4 and the possible f5 or even d5, I must say. That's why I wanted to play d4, so d5 kind of moves are not possible. At the same time, I agree with you both that it seems like easier to play it with black, and it seems to be more dangerous for white. So white should be looking after some stability, but there is also another plan maybe white can think of. The only thing I'm not sure whether white has enough time for that, to play knight h2, f1, and g3 to get an extra helper to control the square on f5, but I have a feeling that white will be pretty slow on that. And white has to be very precise in the next 3 to 5 moves, that's for sure, and has to make a clear strategy how he's going to be continuing, whether b4, d4, or what else?
And
Process of
for the
elimination,
moment-
Tanya.
Yes. I was just about to comment that Hikaru's just left the board. So Vidit's probably thinking of exactly this concept. Where do you break? You need to break. You can't just sit in this position and allow your opponent to come at you with everything. B4 or D4. You're talking about process of elimination. Robert, to me, D4 still feels a bit tender, like you're not ready for it. The central pawns can come under fire. I like your move B4, but I think it's the kind of position where you can't rely on intuition. You have to get deep with the calculation.
Yeah, I mean, I see a big problem for white is this d3 pawn. I know I first was talking about a different game, but if you do nothing as white, d5 could also hit you, as black has both the queen and the rook lined up on the d file. So it doesn't feel like white is entirely well prepared to meet these ideas in addition to this knight coming into f4. So I do think that it's more challenging for Vidit to play, even if the engine says that he's better, because sometimes you get into these positions where the engine's like, go steal a pawn on the queen side, go win an extra pawn, but you're like, wait, what about my king? My opponent is just throwing all their pieces there, rook f8, pawn f5, and they're like, yeah, whatever, you're not going to get checkmated. We as humans worry about our king safety, and we often prefer it to be on the attack rather than defense. There's some famous defenders, Kholmov and many others, but I do think that a lot of chess players, Judith, yourself included, prefer to be throwing your pieces at your opponent rather than getting greedy and pawn grabbing on one side of the board.
Oh yeah, we rather sacrifice a pawn in order to get activity and initiative, and I think with most of the players are in that spirit. And but in this position, Black has weaknesses. That's for sure. But White has to look after these possibilities of f5 or d5 breakthrough.
No pawns traded so far in this game between Vidit and Hikaru, but we are expecting a pawn break at any moment. Will Vidit strike with b4 or d4, or will it be Hikaru Nakamura who gets in the f5 punch first to open up, to blow up the position and go for the attack on the king side? Hikaru looks like he is ambitious in his fight against Vidit. Gujarati in this one with the white pieces. There is so much action on, and we will go into a break and come back with Vidit's decision. But before that, Chess.com is so excited to support the launch of Chess Up To, a revolutionary smart chessboard that will change how you learn and play the game. With technologies such as touch-sensitive pieces, which will trigger all legal moves to light up on the board when you pick up a piece, and optional AI assistance, Chess Up To meets you at your skill level and supports training and growth. Chess Up To even allows you to play Chess.com bots on the board. If you're ready to learn more about Chess Up To, save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter. Head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat. And we will be back with Vidit Gujarati's decision and the pawn breaks and all the action from 2024 FIDE Candidates right after this break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up To? That's right. With Chess Up To, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up To and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up To, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up To as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up To, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
And we're back. The tension is higher. Some critical decisions need to be made by the players at this stage in the Great Hall, given the position. Questions are being asked on the board. And there we see our live action coming in from Toronto. This is the critical round 9 of the FIDE Candidates. And we did see a slow start with positions heating up. Jan Nepomniachtchi there with head in hands, the tournament leader. He's been so consistent, so strong, continues to weave his magics in the candidates. But Alireza Firouzja is the one who's coming in with the pressure. And we just see Jan's made his move. Let's take a look at all the action unfolding in Toronto on our bird's eye view before we do a deep dive. Robert, this is our situation right now, and we do see that in fact Alireza did go for the ideas that we were discussing, placing the bishop on the diagonal from h3 to c8, attacking that knight. He brings in the knight to c4, putting pressure on Jan's center. I'm looking at the camera. Jan doesn't look happy with his position.
No, he doesn't, and he shouldn't be happy with his position. And I am not happy with my prediction of just 2 decisive games. I'm going to agree with you two. I'm going with 3 decisive games. Now that we have seen some changes in some of them, I think that Jan is in trouble here, and he did not lose thus far in the candidates. This would shake up the standings in a very bad way for Jan Nepomniachtchi and his friends if he were to lose. It's a long way away, but I am not liking Jan Nepomniachtchi's position.
That is going to be quite the shocking result. Also, given Alireza's form in this tournament so far, I think for Jan, it also felt like a game where he might have the opportunity with Black seeing the opening approach that we saw with the white pieces. We will do a deep dive into that one, but also action on the other boards. Judith, on that bottom left, it's still the end game we were talking about. And of course, it's going to be a long one. But I see those 2 boards at the top. And that's where the excitement is full swing as well. Vidit choosing the d4 break. We were discussing this, that once we see a pawn break in the center, the position will open up. Does it surprise you that Vidit went with d4?
No, absolutely not. This is what we were discussing, to play d4, break up the center. Very logical reaction after knight e7, because white has to go and play in the center. Now, the only piece I really don't like in white's camp is the a2 rook, and it's unprotected. So I would like to see that rook definitely one move up on a3, let's say, on the third rank, or going back to a1. But if white can stabilize his position, then he can have a great advantage. At the same time, we just saw a move d5 was played by Hikaru, provoking the white pawn to be exchanging on d5 or to be pushed on e5, which is, I believe, a more logical continuation. Of course, even knight e5 comes to mind to me, but I think e5 seems to be the most logical. At the same time, after that, the f5 square is not reachable for the moment for for the white knight, because black is defending that square with the queen and the knight. So I'm still expecting to be played e5 with the white pieces. At the same time, after that, black can try to move and break the center with c5. So there are a lot of excitement, tension and excitement in the center, I think, in the game between Vidit and Nakamura. And we see the time is really balanced for the moment. And but I don't see that Nakamura would be very unhappy with his position. I think there are a lot of resources in this position for both colors. While in the Gukesh game, we've seen quite some happenings since the last few moves we were there. White played f4, opened up the position. So what we were expecting, it's right there, that the positions are opening up. And there definitely white has a very pleasant position, because the only problem or worry can be the d3, which Robert pointed out quite some time ago already. At the same time, white has both of his rooks optimally placed on f1, which is on the open or half open file. The rook on e1, it belongs there. That was the last move of Gukesh. And there are many opportunities for white. White can bring his knight through f3 to d4, f5. That would be an ideal place for the knight. It can be reached by moving the f1 rook, and then from f1 to e3. So the f4 bishop is much more active than the a6 bishop. So I would definitely pick Gukesh's position, but of course black can and should fight maybe knight c5, knight e6, or possibly knight e5, provoking eventually d4. So it's a balanced game, but definitely something I would play with the white color.
And that's a great breakdown, Judith. I agree with you. For Gukesh, it's also so much his style. He's such a classical player. Looks like all the plans are for him to take here. The knight, as you pointed out, heading to f5, a potential doubling up of the rook on the f file. But Robert, I'm looking at the Hikaru Vidit board, e5 on the board. It just looks like an absolutely crazy position to me. I would love to go into that, but I'm going to leave the choice to you. Where would you want to take us to look deeper into what's happening?
I'm just glad there are no wrong choices, because every game looks like fun. I see. Let's go back to the Vidit game against Hikaru, because we have been there more recently. We can quickly update everybody and then move on to some of our other action, just because all 4 games at this stage have some excitement to them. So as we look at what's happened, there has been a change in pawn structure as we dive into this game here between Vidit and Hikaru. We have seen that Hikaru pushed a pawn, and instead of capturing it, Vidit has pressed forward. So we will dive into that when we can.
Look into that. It's action all around. Even that bottom left board, so juicy. Jan, with the black pieces, trying to keep it in control. He hasn't taken the decision with the central pawns. And while we wait to bring up our board with Vidit versus Hikaru, what are the chances? I want to ask you before we deep dive into that one. That bottom right board of Fabi actually managing to get some real chances out of this endgame. We've been all praises for Black's position, but I've been so impressed with Abasov holding his own in these difficult endgames. Judith, what are the chances of this being a decisive one, or do you think Abasov will pull off another hold in this?
It's not easy to play this with white, I think. Definitely it's a position of Fabiano where he can improve his position quite a lot. His bishop is much better. He will develop his pieces, his knight and bishop, doubling on the d file. So he has, I think, pretty good chances to improve his position, but it will be definitely not easy to convert little advantage into victory for Fabiano.
And what about this one? Who has the advantage? We've got some committal decisions in the center. What do we make of the developments, Robert?
It's a tough position to call because the move that was played, if we just go back, just what happened since we left, d4 was played at this moment. The pawn was captured on d4, so we saw a swap of pawns, and then d5. So if white were to take on d5, now suddenly you're saddled with this isolated pawn on d4, and just to show you how that looks like, at least at first glance, this looks bad for white. The engine does not seem to be as scared as I would be, but there is an isolated pawn on d4. The black knights are jumping into the f4 square. I would want no part of this. So instead, we saw Vidit quite quickly play the move e5 because he also didn't want the isolated pawn. And now that we're here, I think black should, in fact, bring this knight into f4. We talked about this idea a while ago. And what I'm really wondering, and I think I could use Judith's help here, is will black be able to strike at some moment with c5? Because if not, then it does feel that strategically, white is feeling quite good about his chances.
Well, yeah, this c5 is something which is a crucial move already right here immediately, I believe. But also the question is whether should black play knight f4 simply to take this incredible good seat for the knight, attacking on putting pressure on h3. Time to time, even a sacrifice might be a threat, but probably more of a threat than in reality to execute it. But also the knight can be regrouped through f4 to e6 if it's needed. But also knight f4 would be very helpful later on when black plays c5 and let's say breaking up the center, and white cannot take on c5 because of d4 and d3. I mean, for now, somehow I think it's not strong enough. But once the black brings the knight first to f4, I think it can be much more powerful. At the same time, white can also think about playing b4. I don't know how is that to play b4 and breaking. You had this idea, Robert, much before we were talking instead of d4, but I think b4 is something to talk about. It makes sense. A takes b4, bishop b4. The big question is whether c5 is possible or not. Otherwise, white is doing extremely good if he can eliminate the e7 defender knight, because after that, knight on f5 will show up and nothing good will happen to black. So in this position, I believe c5 is the move to be taking in account. And after d takes c5, probably I would go d4 and look for attack, attack, attack. And this is absolutely in Nakamura style.
Well,
It's
Judah,
also
just
very...
sorry, I was going to interrupt quickly. Just Tanya, I'll throw it to you. Rook c8 was played, so we know what he's aiming for, but he didn't get as aggressive first, Tanya.
You're totally right. Rook c8 was the move of choice. And Judith, you mentioned attack, attack, attack is Nakamura style. It's also your style. So we would, I think, love to see this happen. It will, again, be quite a spicy fight, this one. Once Hikaru does get in c5, I still get the feeling he's ambitious about his position. And now, the big question will be, can Vidit still try to get the b4 break in? Yes, you do allow c5 to come in. But let's not forget, it does give white the chances to create the a passer as well. Has b4 been stopped completely with this last move by Hikaru, or is it still something that Vidit can think about in this position, Robert?
I feel like I would be nervous because this rook on c8 is so well positioned. We keep highlighting the idea for black to play c5, but I think c5 is inevitable. So if I were Vidit, I would try to figure out how to best meet that move. Easier said than done at this stage. C5 is next. I really am not sure. And b4 seems to potentially walk into that. I'm thinking if their pawn takes, bishop takes, still c5. Because now if you take on c5 once, your bishop is under attack. And I really struggle to believe that bishop takes c5 should work out because of this pin. I haven't figured out why it doesn't work. Judith, I'll ask you for help. But it does seem like this is walking into just trouble.
Well, to start with, I don't like Nakamura's last move of rook c8. Talking about this move, first of all, it looks awful to be pinned, right? To go enter into the pin with bishop c5. d4 comes to mind immediately, but also knight f4 threatening with knight e6 seems to be pretty scary. And scary enough, right?
Yep. Winning from just black is cruising.
Yeah, and I mean, we usually don't even take in account taking and grabbing such a pawn, right? When you have your queen on c2 and you pin yourself by taking just one pawn. Also d4, d3, all kind of things. But if we would go back a little bit, I fully agree that b4 probably is black is completely prepared against b4 with rook c8. At the same time, I believe rook c8 is slow in this position. Black had to take actions immediately, and at some point c5 would just work and have enough compensation by giving up a pawn. And I think this is the moment for Vidit to really to take over, because c5, I don't see it as a real threat, to be honest. Somehow I feel like white has a little time now to make some good moves. I just have to figure out what is the good move.
That is the eternal dilemma.
Sometimes I have the feeling that white can go queen d1, for example, and after knight f4 to go g3 and give up that h3 pawn. King g2 and then rook h1, and suddenly I'm kind of optimistic.
Looks quite playable. I mean, the engine, Tanya, doesn't seem to think that black is any better, which makes it scary to try to figure out from a few moves away.
Yeah, giving this h3 pawn, you have to be so sure walking into these complications as well with the white pieces. An interesting approach, but Judith, I also really liked your idea and the fact that you pointed out that rook on a2 is so misplaced. With Hikaru giving this opportunity to Vidit, because c5 is perhaps still not a threat on the board, with the a5 square being a little tender unless white invites it. Maybe this is also the time for Vidit to use to improve that position of the rook. Rook a3, also intending to line up on the c file, rook c3, rook c1 ideas, additional plans to play for Robert.
Yeah, that's a nice move, rook to a3, because that rook is misplaced. Judith called that one out a while ago. It's just sitting over there, not even really defending anything of note. So rook a3, swinging that rook over, looks good. And in the future, that could lift all the way over to the king side as some of the knights clear out. So rook a3 definitely comes to mind. I would say that another move, just because I am looking in the direction of c5, at some point I would be and Vidit's about to move, so it doesn't matter what I think, it matters what he's about to play. But what I was going to say is at some point I'd be considering this move, knight to g4, because it sort of freezes this knight on h5 in some positions, because knight f6 is a threat. But Vidit, Tanya, you called it, rook a3 has been played.
I do know Vidit, and he hates it when there's a piece on the board that's not placed well. Vidit is so good with his strategic positional understanding. He always wants to play with all his pieces. So I think rook a3, an idea pointed out by Judith a while back, it just makes so much sense in this position, keeping the tension. There is I'm not sure if, Robert, you're pointing this out, but the move knight to f4, which is being pointed out as the best response, I believe, by Hikaru in this situation. But then that does allow your idea of jumping in with that knight to g4. I really like it, because it also comes in with the tempo of attacking that knight on f4. To me, this isn't clear at all. It feels like a double-edged position, a game for all three results, and we've got action on the board. c5, Judith, I never thought this is possible with the a pawn being tender. What's going on? Can white grab that c5 pawn?
Well, I don't know if I want to grab that pawn, because, you like pawns, yeah? I don't know. At first, it didn't even come to my mind to take on c5, because somehow black is going to be playing d4, I believe, immediately. Though rook a3 I like very much, what you mentioned and what Vidit just played, because it can come to d3 also after d4. So d takes c5, interesting. I just thought that it's better to leave it there and play rook c3, or to play queen to b3 or queen to d1, just to move away, going out of there. Also, another option is to go knight g4. But let's take a look a little bit what happens d takes c5, if this was your question. So the question is what can black do? d4 is the move which I mentioned at first, or rook takes c5. I think b takes c5 will not be so good maybe for black because of bishop a5. Though
I would definitely grab that pawn.
Oh, I was sure about that. That's why you're taking it, right? But knight c6 maybe move, and the e5 pawn can be grabbed also.
And d4. I know somebody has said d4 looks like a good move for black at some point, so that is in the air. But it looks like Vidit, he has grabbed the pawn on c5. And, Hikaru does like to get positions where it's not just balanced. He wants chances of his own. Look at this. The glyph, the question mark pops up. Not the best move of the position. So I'm quickly going to take a step back. I'm going to look. Knight g4 was the best move. Not the easiest to play with your queen in line with his rook, but pawn takes d4 wasn't the biggest threat apparently. But d takes e5. I can't fault either player for their recent inaccuracies just because these moves look extremely natural. Tanya, what do you think?
It was my first instinct, and right now it's a bit scary that he's gone with d takes e5. I did want to go pawn hunting, but after pointing out that the e5 pawn does remain under fire, if Vidit was to eventually pick up the a5 pawn, it's such a crazy position. But the one thing I think we can all agree on is that taking on c5 with the rook cannot be right. It just doesn't feel right. You create this weakness in your position with the d5 pawn. You give away this really nice d4 square to that white knight. If rook takes pawn is not an option, Hikaru is thinking about capturing with c5, which would potentially mean either you give up a pawn or even invite your move, Robert, which I'm thinking about more and kind of liking more now, of putting that knight on g4. I walk away from any d4 ideas, and this is after b takes c5, the idea of knight g4. I walk away from any d4 threats. a5 is still under fire, and eventually I'm also eyeing some jumps with that knight to f6. Maybe some potential attack somewhere. Your knight on h5 can't really come back, can't go to f4, can't go to f6. I see Hikaru. He's kind of surprised. He's reaching out. He's about to make a move. This is going to be a fun one in the next few moves. Judith, are you expecting him to capture immediately or just keep the tension with the c-pawn pinned right now?
Actually, first of all, I was very surprised that Vidit at this point, he was playing very fast, and practically he was almost immediately taking and grabbing the c5 pawn. I was surprised on this decision because I felt that black was very slow with this rook c8 move first, and only after that to play c5. I'm curious what Hikaru is going to be playing. I'm expecting that he's going to grab it with the pawn as we looked at it, because black has certainly a very strong center, even though giving up the pawn is, of course, its responsibility, but the e5 pawn can be falling off. And if that would fall off, that would be a big problem for white, I believe. So now it's becoming extremely tactical. And interesting enough that the players are playing fast, and I'm expecting Hikaru play it very fast in the next move. And usually he's not in time trouble, right? Only when he's in big trouble. So he's not spending so much time on making decisions.
Hikaru was equally surprised with Vidit's decision to take on c5. We will wait and see how Hikaru approaches this position. One thing's for sure, it's going to be quite a wild next few moves. We will check in with this, but let's zoom out for a moment and bring up our bird's eye view, as there are some other critical decisions being made on our other boards. And there we have it on the Alireza Yan Nepomniachtchi board. Finally, the pawn storm on the king side, but after several trades of the minor pieces. It's an opposite color bishop, but that bishop on h7 still remains quite a bad piece. It still feels that Alireza is aiming for a pawn storm on the king side. g4 on the board, h4, g5 ideas upcoming, so that's going to be a fun one as well. What about our Gukesh Pragg matchup? The top right board, some big decisions on that one as well, Robert.
Oh, some big decisions no matter where you look, because all of the games are heating up. I just saw in the bottom left quickly that Jan is trying to scurry away, bring his king, do a little bit of a Petrosian king march all the way over to the queen side. But the top right, that's locked up. Opposite color bishops. I feel like we just have a very fun set of games. On the right-hand side, it's opposite color bishops, because Fabi also has a position with opposite colored bishops, and that's looking worse and worse for Abbasov to my eyes. And then on the left-hand side, we have another opposite colored bishop game in the bottom left, and then just full of excitement on both the the games on the left side. So I don't know where to turn. I just rambled on because I'm just trying to gather my bearings. Judith, which of these 4 games is your favorite at the moment?
Ooh, that's not easy to say, but I'm happy to go to look what's going on with Alireza and Nepo because there are a lot of things happening, which in some ways it's surprising to me, because it seems like Black might be getting away. If he's ready to and he is able to escape with his king, then he might have no big problems. Of course, in this game, the only problem it can be for Black is the famous h7 bishop still.
And we're talking about this great escape, the Houdini escape by Black's king. But is that really an escape, Judith? Because yes, it's clear that on the king side, you've got this pawn storm, g5 potential break. But Alireza also has ideas on the other side of the board. If Jan runs away on the queen side, there's always the potential of getting an a5 in. And I do see Black's response of b5 to stop play. But you've also got b4 coming in after that. To me, it looks like Judith, the king might not be very safe on the queen side either.
Well, I think the first big question is whether White can go g5 and stop the king march going away, because after the pawns are exchanged, let's say h takes g5, h takes g5, and if Black wants to go and move king e7, then White can go g6 and completely freeze the bishop to g8, and it will probably never come out of there. So let's say g6 and then bishop g8, bishop d2, and basically Black is stuck, right? So the only question is how White is going to be winning the position. First of all, to push the king to g2, maybe one rook to h1, but basically it's all a question of how to improve with White's position eventually. It's only for 2 results. Probably a5, b5, a6, and then rook a5. I mean, there are quite some options for White. So this is something I don't think Black can allow. Or if this is the best, then Nepo can be in big trouble. Maybe it's not so bad as it looks. I'm not sure. But g5 is the critical right moment, I believe, right in this moment.
But Robert, I think... Sorry, go on. But Jan would hate this idea if his bishop lands up on g8 with absolutely no future at all. Jan has to fight it. And do you see any way for him to actually stop this from happening on the board after g5?
It's looking scary. Jan is trying to make his decision right now. Should he start with king to e7, or can he try to fight in front of his king side? So Jan hasn't moved. I think that in a bullet game, king e7 is automatic. But the fact that he's paused means that he's likely coming up with another idea. Does he, say, want to put his rook on h8? Because in the event of a g5 pawn push, opening the h-file, I think you'd rather your rook be on h8, especially if your bishop's going to have to sit on g8 all passively. You may want to try to control what's going to be an open file. But if we don't mind, I would actually like to take a rewind, look back into this game, because we are in an opposite color bishop position, but some minor pieces were swapped off, and we left... If I can bring up an analysis board, we left at this point where bishop d6 was given a question mark. I do feel like that's a little bit harsh, but in the next few moves, White regrouped. That makes sense to me. And here is where Alireza decided to take this bishop on d6. So I was always taught that when one side has more space, you typically don't want to trade pieces. And this bishop on d6 looks like a very bad piece, especially if White is going to play f5. So, I mean, Judith, as we take a few moves back here, do you feel like trading off all these minors the way that Alireza did perhaps was not the right direction?
I completely agree with you that this doesn't have a good feeling here with White to exchange everything, and for sure I would be avoiding it, not to go to this direction, because I would not necessarily have the belief that I go all the way and will win the game there. And I would feel that there are more opportunities here, still keeping the tension. Of course, f5 is something Black might be looking for in this position in the future. Of course, after queen c6, Black wants to move away his bishop to c7 or somewhere, so out of the possible exchange of the knight. But the knight on c4 looks very good and healthy. So there were several very good opportunities. I think, for example, something to think of, to take on d7 with the bishop, and after that to go f5, or take and even to take on e5 and bishop f4. I'm not sure it's so good, but I think there are many ways of even here f5. It's something to consider. So there were a lot of tempting opportunities for Alireza, and it was not so easy to decide which one is the best. But I would even go f5 maybe. I mean, I had this idea before, right, to close it, and now it's with much better circumstances if white would go f5.
Yeah, just go for the attack, keep black's pieces completely locked up. And this bishop on d6, it's not going anywhere. It's a very passive piece, whereas the knight on c4 exerts some pressure. And I think this is a great illustration of when knights are better than bishops because they stare over squares, whereas this bishop stares into its own pawns and is not threatening anything. But I mean, as we kind of dive back in, this was a missed opportunity potentially. But as we go to the game position, Tanya, one of my main thoughts, I think, at this point here is if Alireza is not, crashing through and going right after the black king and locking in that bishop, it does feel like it's a position where maybe Jan will be able to escape without the maximum pressure put on him.
But he is going to try and crash through, and I think he's going to do it pretty quickly. The big question will be, what does Jan have in mind to try to counter this idea of g5, g6? I don't believe that Jan will just allow the pawns to move all the way forward, killing his light squared bishop and playing defensively that position, which, you're looking at the queen side. Future breaks with a5. It's only Alireza playing. And I saw the feature chat earlier, and they agree with both of you that the trade did seem to surprise a lot of our viewers as well. You see that white had the better pieces. But I think Alireza just believes in his position, that he's got something to play for here. It's not easy to come up with a response for Jan. Jan's thinking, he's slowed down. He's got almost double the amount of time on the clock, but really a critical moment for him, because I think the ideas have to revolve around a potential break on the king side, not just by white, but maybe with black's pawns as well moving forward. Let's not forget, with the king out of the way, it's so much easier for the rooks to line up. You pointed out the H file. If black can trade off the G pawns with, I'm looking at this line with king to e7 as you guys were analyzing, and I think king e7 is such a critical move, Robert. If we can just have that on the board, just want to show a potential idea for Jan that might help. I don't think it's working in this moment, but just to show it, g5, you trade on g5 with the h pawn. And do you have time here to go completely all out in this position and create mega tension with a crazy move like g6? What's really discouraging me, and it's positive that the bar doesn't react, but what's discouraging me is that white has a capture with the f pawn. G takes f6. I'm not able to take it back.
Right.
All right.
Because
there is a resource.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but rook takes f6 looks terrible, and especially if you're calculating this in your head. I feel like Judith's going to love this, though. I feel like this is your type of position.
This is a Judith position.
Thanks for giving me this one. After I was wondering if there are crazy moves like I don't dare to say it. King
Just
F6.
do it. Say it.
Is it possible to go king f6?
My heart can't handle it. Let's see. Okay, it's not dead loss or anything, so it clearly is possible.
Probably bishop h6. So maybe black has to go out to d6. I was also checking in what form g6 is possible. Because white's pieces are very badly placed, right? Now it's still bishop on c1, rook on a1, rooks are not connected. So whenever this opening up the king side, it was a great idea to go g6 at this point, Tanya.
Bang on with king d6, by the way, Judith. The more you look at it, the more you like it, because now f5 is hanging. The rook from f8, not only threatening f6, but can line up on the g file really quickly. And yes, black is down a pawn, but suddenly it just feels like a completely different dynamics, Robert.
But I love these kind of moments because we all thought that white was just going to barrel on and go for a crushing attack. But you have to be careful. It's not just a one-sided game where white does whatever he so chooses, and then Jan has to deal with it. This G6 idea is a counter attack and something that white needs to be prepared for. And Jan is sitting and thinking here. So as I rewind to the live position, he's definitely looking in that direction because, again, if this were bullet, his king would run away. But he may be looking at an eventual pawn push over here on the king side. And it might not be so eventual, but perhaps there's something available now where you give up a pawn in some lines and go for some counterplay, because when you trade pawns, you open files, and there's 0 open files for the pieces. This bishop on h7 is terrible. So I really like that idea you mentioned, Tanya, to be able to meet g5 from white with the g6 from black. That's a really cool type of possibility. And I think Jan is sensing that there's something like that because there aren't really many plans for him. He's super cramped here.
Well, you can't play g6. Yeah, sorry, go on, Judith.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say you can't play g6 immediately because h6 is hanging, and then I was going to pass it to you. How do you make this work in the best possible way?
I had an idea to go also, of course, I also want to play g6 by any means, but I had an idea to go rook g8 instead of king e7. And after g5 to go h takes g5 takes and g6. But I think the problem is that in that position, white would be going king queen h3, and the h7 bishop is really very vulnerable at that stage. So I believe king e7, g6 is definitely the best. And it's a momentum because black has to be very sharp at this point. Because if he goes king e7, g5, and he just lets white to be pushed the pawn all the way to g6, then it's just result for 2 results. At the same time, when with your suggestion, king escape and breaking up with g6, anything can happen, and especially that Firuza will be very unhappy with this information and seeing on the board, and he's very much behind in time as well.
Big moment here in this game, and we are going to go into a break as Jan contemplates his big move right now, and it is a high price move at this position. And as we go into a break, you can get the most bang for your buck with a subscription to the Chess24 channel. Even with a basic account on chess.com, your Twitch sub unlocks an ad-free experience on chess.com and exclusive emotes for the candidates. Some very cool emotes out there, so have more fun in the chat with reaction emotes of your favorite players and hosts. Take your chat and your on-site experience to the next level. You can even use your Prime to claim a free subscription and claim all the benefits of a Twitch sub. So use the command subscribe in chat now for all the details. We will be back with Jan's decision and all the action coming in from Toronto in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
It's exciting chess and the tension is high in the FIDE candidates and the FIDE women's candidates. It's all happening in the Great Hall in Toronto. And as we see the 2 times World Championship challenger walk back to his seat, he is one of the players who's got some big questions to be answered, as well as the Indian superstars battling it out. Gukesh in co-lead with Yan. Pragg trying to catch up, just makes his move. The action is high. Robert, fantastic play by the players, and Fabi trying to make his comeback after his loss yesterday against Hikaru.
Oh, some players, they need to get winning and do it fast, because we are in the 9th round of action, 14 total, and if certain players can keep on chugging along, they are going to leave people in their dust.
Let's take a look at what our stats team has to say with the win probability of the 8 players who are fighting it out. We have seen some shuffling around in the last few rounds with the players. Big wins coming in from Hikaru, which sees him now get his chances quite up. The upswing on the Hikaru graph there for his chance to win the candidates. Meanwhile, Fabi's chances not looking good after his loss, but one player who we know is so capable of surmounting that comeback, who can make once again be fighting for the top spot, it's got to be Fabi. Are you surprised with the downswing in this graph on Fabi's win probability, Robert?
Well, Fabi lost the game. Other players are in front of him. So, no, I think that, honestly, the odds were too high for him. These were rating-based win probabilities. I haven't liked them from the start because Jan Nepomniachtchi was given something like 10%, which I thought was disrespectful, and I'll continue to voice that. So when you have rating-based win probabilities, you are going to see the highest-rated players have the biggest chances, and I think it bloats their chances. So, no, I am not surprised to see Fabiano's chances take such a hit, a nosedive after a loss yesterday to Hikaru.
One thing I think we're all surprised about, we saw Gukesh's win probability, and it has been on the upswing from the start. The 17-year-old with such impressive play continues to be one of the top players on the leaderboard as well. There we have him. He's playing against, well, his good friend, but right now his biggest rival on the board, Praggnanandhaa. Big action all around. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. As we went into the break, there were some big decisions to be made by the players. And wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi's king on the bottom left board has arrived on d6. Judith, king e7, king d6 on the board.
Yes, and we see Alireza was not going for the g5 move because I'm pretty sure that he was aware of it and realized that g6 would be the move. So White is just preparing. That's why I think he played rook e2, so he can go rook g2, bishop d2. So he has plenty of time to prepare g5 to play it in a much better situation than before.
And also, Robert, we see developments on that top left board. c5 was traded. Hikaru did pick it up with the rook, giving away that d5 weakness on the d4 square that we felt a decision that might have been hurried up. But b4, with it striking with the second pawn break. Is the momentum shifting in this game, Robert?
It most certainly is shifting. Vidit's position is improving by the turn. There are some static weaknesses from Hikaru in the top left board. He's got an isolated queen pawn, but there are about to be some dynamic issues for him as well. Some loose squares, some attacks. You see the rook on c5 is under attack on the top left over there. So I think love what Vidit is doing, and I think that Hikaru could be in danger if he's not extra careful in the next couple moves.
To me, all four boards, it looks like the players, every move is a bit of a high responsibility move in the position to keep things under control or find your own dynamic, your own counterplay. And Judith, I'm going to leave the choice up to you. Where do you want to go on to next? Which one catches your attention? And I know it's a tough call.
Well, of course, many of the games are interesting. Of course, the Vidit game after b4, we are going to see some action continuing. At the same time, well, with the game Firuza and Nepomniachtchi, we understand that it's going to be a long maneuvering time for the next 10-15 moves to look at in what is the best possible way for White to break through, though there was a very important move and decision made by Nepomniachtchi, who could not stand the idea that White is going to be playing a5 at some point of this game. So he was playing a5. So this is of course a very interesting position, how White is going to be able to break through with g5. But after White can bring his king all the way to b2, let's say, that would be kind of a logical way of bringing the king. And then the rook from a1 to bring it to the king side, to g and h file, and prepare the g5 breakthrough. The big question is whether will it be enough for White to win the game. It all depends in what circumstances he will be able to make the breakthrough. But there is another game which I would be happy to go back if we can go back to the bird's eye view for short, because actually the game with Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa, I think there were a lot of things happening in the last half hour or 1 hour, or the last time when we were seeing this position, because there were a lot of pawns exchange. Basically, there is no pawn left on the A and the B file. And there were quite some regrouping with the pieces. Knight from f3, it got regrouped to g4. Potentially maybe wants to go to e3 and f5. At the same time, also from g4, there are some critical squares. For example, the f6 And right now there is a very nice move, rook f6, be played with white, let's say. Yeah, possibly rook f6. At the same time, probably it's no big deal because black can go rook a6 and just defend the d6 pawn and laugh at the f6 rook. That why do you want to give up? So probably there should be some more efficient idea for white than just to put rook to f6. It was just for fun. So what do you think, Robert, about this position? Would it be okay to hold it with black?
Well, during the break, I did message the group here and was talking about that game between Magnus and Vichy from the 2014 World Championship, where it started with a similar pawn structure, and then Magnus was able to outplay Vichy. And I'm looking at this position, and I love it from the white side. This bishop on b7, it's staring into this nasty phalanx of pawns. It's from c4 to e4. That bishop will not find an open diagonal, and it was a decision that Gukesh made about 5 turns ago, maybe a little bit more now, where he put his pawn on c4 to just close down the diagonal. So the bishop on g3 has a target. The bishop on b7 does not. I really like your knight e3 move, Judith. I think that it's an important regrouping because the knight on g4, it looks good because of the rook f6 fun ideas, but it's actually much more impactful from the f5 square, targeting both d6 and this g7 pawn. So Tanya, you know these players really, really well. Do you think that either of them are nervous at all, or what do you think that the feelings are between these two, because they are around the same age, they played each other so many times, and they're also from the same country, so their support for both of them, it's kind of sometimes awkward playing your compatriot.
It's never an easy spot to be in, and while both players have an extremely universal style of play, can adapt themselves and handle themselves in different situations, different kinds of positions, yet I feel that for Pragg, he really enjoys getting a more complicated combative fight. And even though he lost in round 2 to Gukesh in a completely crazy game where he sacrificed 1 million pawns for initiative, it's the kind of chess that Pragg instinctively really enjoys. He relies a lot on his calculation and the combative play. And for Gukesh, getting this position with the white pieces, I feel psychologically is a lot easier to play. For Pragg, he'll have to be on the defense. Everything that you pointed out, the bishop on b7 not really having a target. For Gukesh, meanwhile, his pieces seem so much more active. You can even think about a potential attack down the f file. With all the space in hand, white could even transfer the rooks to the other side of the board, start eyeing the open files on the queen side at some point. Knight e3 ideas. For Pragg, I think the one defensive resource he's relying on is that if that knight from g4 moves, Pragg wants to jump in with his own knight on g6 to e5. Knight e5 would eventually end up blunting that bishop on g3, defending against the pressure on d6, and also attacking the d3 pawn. I do feel that Gukesh is very happy with what he's gotten. He's looking for more. Well, these kids are always looking for more, regardless of what the position is. But I think Gukesh has got reasons to be pleased with the outcome of the game so far. For Pragg, he's not loving it, but he's also really good at finding counter ideas which are energetic. So I do believe he's looking for his own play on the other side of the board, on the queen side, on the open files.
Well, I believe that all is true what you've just said. At the same time, I think White has to be very focused how he's going to be continuing the game. Because if Black can play several moves, I think Black can play f6 and to go knight from g6 to e5. And if he's able to do that 2 moves, then I don't even see why Black has too much of a problem. So this is why also I had this idea to go rook f6 immediately to block this opportunity from Black to play f6. And so it's not so easy for White to stop this. But rook b1 is a good idea. What you mentioned also, that White can be bringing his rook to b1 and b6. So I think this is a good start, but White has to be fast.
There's a funny sequence here, I believe, where rook b6 kind of threatens to win a pawn, followed up by rook to f6. So you're combining the 2 ideas because the response to rook f6 was rook a6. So let's say, I don't even know how to waste a move with Black here, but I'll try my best. I'm kind of rook d8's that too helpful. So I don't even know how to waste the move in the position. But if I could find a move that was knight h8, some terrible looking move, that you get a position like this, where Judith, your idea with rook to f6 seems very, very powerful because you've taken away that lone defender that black had to save the pawn. Of course, knight h8 is a terrible move, just trying to illustrate a point. So rook b1 goes to the open line, like Tanya said. It also does threaten to win a pawn, it would appear, with rook to b6. And I think that Pragg, well, he may have to play rook a6 to stop all that in advance and then think later about doubling rooks in the open file. I do prefer white's position. I think many more plans that are natural to come up with. But Judy, you made a really, really good point that black is a couple moves away. If you can just get this pawn to f6 and knight to e5 successfully, then black is not really in so much danger. But it's about getting that to work. Maybe, Judith, your f6 move now should be played.
Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to ask a question. Can black play f6 in order that after rook b6 it can be met with knight e5? At the same time, of course, the big question is whether after f6 can it be a blunder and white can go bishop d6 immediately. And I was thinking if queen takes d6, rook b7, queen d4 check. And then if white king goes out to h1, to go h5 and knight e5.
Ooh, very nice. And you see the engine, Jude. It says black is just perfectly okay here, despite giving up the pawn because of the key control over these central squares.
Well, the thing is that the f2 knight is extremely passive. It doesn't have even close to reaching the f5 or the d5 square because it has to go back to d1. But for the moment, the queen on d4 and knight on e5 is optimally placed, more than optimally, I think. It's a dream place for those two pieces. And on the 7th rank, there is only one rook standing on b7, which is going to be eliminated, I think, by playing rook f7 in the next move. So this is something, of course, black would be happy to give up. I don't know if all this works, but if it works, then I think f6 and knight e5 looks a pretty good choice. But it was not played.
Rook a6.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
Robert,
Tanya.
go on. I was just saying that, yes, really active plan. And usually we do see these players defend very actively. But right now, I think Pragg is also eyeing play on the queen side, potential doubling down on that a file, getting the rook into the attack. Rook a6, Robert, on the board. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that you came up with the queenside pressure from the white side. It was such a good idea, and Pragg respected it so much that he's like, all right, I'm not allowing white to get a stronghold over here. And this idea that Judith mentioned at first, knight to e3, that looks sensible, but queen f2 is played. So it's a bit mysterious to me, all that's going on here. And then we talked about the f6 move. I think that's actually a blunder here because this sneaky queen to f5, that actually is a really clever tactical idea. I'm just going to show it, that queen f5 distracts the black queen from its defense of the bishop. And if you take this queen on f5, the pawn takes back and two minor pieces are under attack at the same time. White would win piece and win the game. So I really like this queen f2 move. Judith, do you think that it's the right choice given that black wanted to play f6 so badly?
I like it very much. I fully agree with you. And this is not the... Well, first of all, it's a prophylactical move against f6. Secondly, if f6 is played, even after that, knight e5 is not possible because it's already a pin on the f5. So it's not only concretely in this position it stops f6, but maybe for the next few moves. So queen f2, I also believe it's a very powerful move, and also queen f5 we can say that it's even the threatening move in the next move, I believe.
Really nice play by Gukesh there. And right after that, he does a little stretch. I think he's feeling very comfortable with his position. Queen f2, it's a quiet move, but with a big threat. The queen on d7 for Pragg is such a nice defender, holding the bishop on b7, guarding that pawn on d6, and Gukesh aiming at getting rid of that key defender in the position. So tough questions to be answered once again for Pragg. And I want to come back to that point we were talking about earlier, where it's just for these players, for the younger generation, active defense is really what they're looking at. And it's not an easy point to get here. for Pragg. With knight e5 becoming more and more difficult, the breaks in the position gone, I think it's going to be an uphill task for Pragg to try to hold this one, but he needs to do it. He's half point behind the leaders, so much on the line for these two players who, in my eyes, started the candidates with just the hope and the expectation to play some great chess. You know, they're competing against the world's best. They're playing alongside the world's best, and the experience for future is invaluable. But as the rounds have progressed, the chess that they've shown, the results that they've shown, it's not just about experience anymore for these two superstars. It's so much more. Every point right now, every half point, Robert, right now is like one of those infinity rings that can get you to exactly where you want to. So the players need to fight with the black pieces. Pragg has to keep this game under control, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I believe Gukesh is going for more in this one, and he's ambitious about his position.
Well, people can be unintentionally patronizing sometimes with younger players because, like, oh, they're not there yet. They don't have the experience. They're just, going to be happy to score a few points. But you can see the ambition from these two. And as you see Pragg, he's swiveling about in his chair right here. I think that I would struggle to sit there patiently when my opponent is doing that. But it is Pragg on the clock right now after Queen of 2 is played. But these two are playing amazing chess. Like, it's no mistake that they're at the top of the standings. Gukesh tied for first, Pragnana just a half point back. And I think for both these two players, they're not looking at this like, yeah, second place finish. That would be great. People will talk about that. It'll be memorable. They want to challenge for the world championship, and there's no reason they can't do it. And we are, so delighted. It's such a treasure to be joined by Judith Polgar, who at 12 years old was one of the top 55 players in the world and went into the top 10. But Judith, you can speak on this better than anyone, where people sort of think younger players, oh, they're good, but they're not there yet. It seems like these two are showing that they are there and they're ready to contend potentially for a world championship.
Well, of course, when you're a prodigy, that's something that you start with when you're 10 or 12. And of course, both of the players, Gukesh and Pragnananda, also both of them, it was seen, people were talking about them when they were 11, 12 years old. It was clearly, I remember we were having the champions chess, the junior, it was not the champions chess.
Challengers.
It was a Challengers, thank you, Challengers chess tour, where we had the juniors, girls and boys, and of course Pragnananda and Gukesh was also, both of them are in that. And actually that was the tournament where Pragnananda won the whole event and got the spot to play with the very best ones in the Champions Chess Tour. So these youngsters, they got the opportunity and they knew how to deal with it, and they took their chances. So, of course, in the last 2-3 years, we see both of them, and not only them, from India, we have, of course, quite a few very talented players who are rising stars by now. And regarding to that question, whether with what mindset they might have come here, I'm sure they were listening people that, wow, they're so young and participating already at the candidates. What an experience they're going to be getting here. Of course, they have plenty of few more years ahead of them. So probably Caruana, Nepo, others might have great chances. But these kids, I don't believe at all that they came here to get experience and gain more experience. And after that, to talk about that. No, I do believe that they are very modest, very nice guys. But they want to win the event. This is what I believe in. And actually they do all the things in order to be the champions. And we've seen Pragnananda also, he gives a very tough time to Nepomniachtchi and the others. So they show both of them, whether they're going to win any of them, the candidates tournament, they show that they are here because they're really one of the best players in the world who are fighting for that first spot in this tournament. So we can't say that just because they're very young, they come here to gain experience. No, they have something much more out there in their mind.
And that's what it looks like from the moves they're making on the board. And we do have a move on the board. So Pragg also fighting against the idea of queen to f5. Judith, everything that you just said, knowing these guys and just how fearless they are, regardless of who they're playing against, no matter what the world thought of them playing their first candidates, They definitely wanted to put out their best. They want to get to the World Championship as soon as early as possible. And that's what they're fighting for. While Pragg was the first Indian to make it to the candidates, when I had an interview with him right after that, he said, I'm the first, but I'm not the last. I think there are going to be more. And here he is fighting against Gukesh, who had quite the path to the candidates at the very last minute with the Grandmaster tournament in Chennai. He booked his spot through the FIDE circuit. And here they are fighting for the top spot in the leaderboard in round 9. So it's been quite the journey for these two. Bishop C8 on the board, Robert. What do we make about this prophylactic move by Pragnananda?
Well, Pragg is just trying to deal with all his weaknesses, but I'm looking across all of our boards here because I do think that the game between Vidit, another Indian player who qualified for the candidates, I mean, look at this position against Hikaru. And actually, the bar shot up as I was speaking, so I do think we should dive right into the game between Vidit and Hikaru, because Hikaru Nakamura could be in some serious trouble at this stage against Vidit Gujrati. So Judith, knight takes e5, the pawn is gone, but it was not a move approved of by the engines, and I think that there are going to be some tactics. I see some maybe loose pieces on the e-file at some point, or what do you think is going on here?
I don't know exactly, but first I think also what happens if white just simply takes on e5. I don't know exactly whether knight or bishop, and after that just grab the pawn on d5. This is the first thing I see. Let's take, and then grab on d5. And black has to take it back because otherwise knight f6 is in the air. So if black cannot move the bishop away to keep the tension. And after knight d5, probably black has to take queen takes d5 to exchange the queens. And after takes, white can go, I think rook e5 makes the most sense, and he has the great passed pawn on the a file. Even the rook is already behind the pawn, which is the best supporter of a passed pawn, to have the rook behind the pawn. So this is something can be very nasty for Nakamura.
Tanya, I don't actually see a way for Hikaru to get out. It's a forcing sequence. Bishop takes e5. I think that's the correct move order just because it doesn't leave any white pieces en prise. So Tanya, as you look at this, Vidit, he did suffer defeat yesterday, but he has a very nice, stable plus if he can liquidate like this and be up the a-pawn.
Vidit is rewriting the script in this game. I mean, it felt like Hikaru was the one coming in with the pressure, but we see a move on the board, and he is going for Judith's idea. He does capture on e5 with the bishop. The endgame we saw, it felt like a very healthy extra pawn for Vidit. The big chances of this being an endgame with that a-pawn still being alive, and Hikaru does capture on e5. Will we see knight takes pawn tactics incoming? To me, I'm just wondering, what does Hikaru have in mind? And Robert, if we've got a few moments, maybe we can just back up and see how we got to this point.
Sure, let's do that. This wasn't my arrow, by the way. It's the only move that leaves white with the advantage. But we left off around here where pawn takes c5 happened. The rook took back, and then after the queen slid, the knight came in. This all looks relatively normal to me. And this was that big move from Vidit. So he pushed his pawn to b4, and Hikaru didn't take it. He didn't want to activate the bishop, allow it to the b4 square, but this allowed white to just snack on a pawn. White is a pawn ahead, and perhaps Hikaru missed something because knight c6 was played, hitting the bishop and this pawn on e5. But as we continue down the game's path, knight takes e5 in this position was not the correct continuation because we see the bar is at essentially half a pawn better for white. But after Hikaru's move, it went to a pawn and a half advantage, 1.5, give or take a little bit. So knight takes e5 was not the correct move. I'm going to quickly look just because it's a tricky position. Rook c to d8 was available, but look at Vidit go. In the live position, as we zoom forward, he found knight takes d5 and Judith. You called it. It's a shot. And I'm looking at Hikaru's face. Do you think that he completely overlooked this tactic?
I think he saw it, but it was too late probably when he took already on e5. And what I want to point out that you see the rook on c8 when I did not like that move when he went rook to c8 back many moves before he played c5. I just felt that it's a waste of time, and later on he pays his price for it because the d7 queen is even unprotected, so all kind of knight f6 is in the air as well. So this is somehow Vidit played it out very well in the last 10 moves. And also, even in his time management, we cannot blame him.
And that's an amazing intuition by you, Judith, because that rook to c8 came from the d8 square, where the d5 pawn would have been protected, the queen on d7 would have been protected, but instead Hikaru, preparing for that c5 break, misplaced that rook, and Hikaru's eyes are going big, with its advantage is getting bigger, knight takes pawn, it looks like it's trouble for black. Are there any defensive resources? I'm eyeing that rook on a3, which feels like the one unprotected piece in Vidit's camp. Queen d6, I'm defending my bishop, I'm attacking your rook. What does Vidit have in mind for that, Judith?
Well, I think after queen d6, there are several ideas. First of all, white can bring that beautiful rook from a3 to e3. But also, I believe it's possible to take knight takes from f3 to e5, because after queen a3, knight f6 is right there. And white is doing very fine with all kind of checks on capturing the rook, and also the f7, I think, can be attacked later. Yeah, king g7, knight takes e8, rook e8, and then queen d4 seems to be a quite nice move at first, unless black has f6 and some tactical ideas. That's the only thing which might be a good move. Maybe rook e3 was better instead of queen d4. Maybe rook e3 is a better move.
It is, and the eval bar backs it up, but this is clear, right? White is a pawn ahead, sort of like the other continuation, but the queens were off there. But black's king is in worse shape than white's king, so it feels like you get the extra pawn, and eventually you can even put your queen on a1 to just support the pawn and go after the black king. This is not what Hikaru wanted. No chance.
Hikaru Nakamura is in trouble against Vidit Gujarati for the second time in the candidates. Meanwhile, big updates coming in, and Judith, you're going to love what we have on the board. Alireza Firouzja has sacrificed an exchange against Jan Nepomniachtchi, giving up a rook, and I believe it's got to be the g6 square because I see a passed pawn there. It's a positional sacrifice, it's a strategic sacrifice, and I think we have to do a deep dive into this. Robert, perhaps start from where we left it, because what a decision by Alireza.
What an awesome game. What an awesome round this is. And we left off around here. I don't remember the exact situation, but look at this. The king ran away. White just brings another rook into the attack. And here we see g5 was played in response to rook h8. And the problems continued for black. Bishop to g8. And the problem is that after h takes, you don't have bishop g8. Your rook on h8 will be hanging there and you will lose it. So it's kind of funny that you went to try to gain control of an opening file, but it was a mistake. So it's not funny for Jan Nepomniachtchi. G6 would threaten to just win a piece, and that's why in the game continuation he brought his bishop back. But this is lovely stuff from Firouzja. He trades off pawns, plays h5, and Judith, I love, and I said love a lot yesterday. This is my first time saying it today. Exchange sacrifices of this nature, where you just plant your rook on a square, a minor piece can take it, so you can give yourself a passed pawn.
Well, I love these kind of outposts of the pieces, and it's a very typical pattern where you can make a positional exchange sacrifice. I remember I had one of this in something similar against Barua back long time ago in '93 in the interzonal tournament, but I had other games like this. It can be extremely powerful sacrifice. The problem is for black that he cannot avoid capturing it, because the plan is with white to move away with the king, and then he's able to capture or attack, put more pressure over the f6 and the h6 pawn. So I think black captured it, if I'm correct. Did he take on g6? And of course, f takes g6. So the d2 bishop is putting all the pressure over the h6 pawn, which is very important. So the h8 rook is completely tied down to that. And at the same time, the queen on f3 with the rook on f1 attacks the f6 pawn. which only temporarily could be defended by playing rook f8, because there are many ways of. I think white is even would not mind to exchange the queens at some point. With good circumstances, it's possible. So black went rook e8. What's the idea? The idea is that white cannot really take on f6 yet, because queen g4 counterattacks. So white has to be moving his queen to g3, I believe, and give space for his rook from f1. The idea, I think, will be, actually, it's a matter of time also, whether can white go queen g3 or queen g2, pushing the pawn on g7 and pushing away the rook from h8, and then bishop can be capturing the h6 pawn. So can white win the game or convert his advantage of past pawns or no? This is the big question, but it's extremely dangerous for black right now.
It's insane, Robert. We have been talking about Jan Nepomniachtchi's light squared bishop from the start of this game. This bishop on h7 was completely dead. And then Alireza decides to give up his rook for that bishop to get this stronghold pawn on g6, an incredible positional concept, playing with his own bishop, targeting the weaknesses of those two pawns. And how good are those rooks without any open file, without any entry points towards white camp? And Alireza takes the decision to reroute his bishop to what he feels is a more dangerous diagonal. He's eyeing that f6 pawn. He wants to go from bishop to e1 to h4 to pick up that f6 pawn. I see the question mark being given there, but I'm not going to lie, I kind of like this idea. I think it asks some serious questions to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How is he actually countering the threat on f6? That pawn falls, the g pawn moves forward. That would be game over.
I took the question mark away. I didn't like that move being given a question mark. I think that's harsh. And I'm actually starting to wonder if Jan is trying to just park in the position, put his queen on g7, and then just defend the pawn. Okay, queen g7 allows queen takes f6. That's not going to be ideal, but some kind of, okay, rook e6, I was going to say rook f8. Either way, he's going to bring his queen to g7. And Judith, this is maybe a very difficult question to answer, but is there actually a breakthrough available to white? That was an aesthetically pleasing exchange sacrifice, but now that we're here, was it just a cool tactic that actually doesn't land you a win because black has just enough to cover all the weaknesses?
Well, it's a big question whether can black does have black enough time to consolidate with rook f8, queen g7, king d6, and everything is protected. We should not forget for now that Alireza has only 5 minutes for the last several moves until move 40. So this is very important if black has the time or no. Right now, queen g7 is not possible because bishop takes f6, right? So the only possible move could be rook f8 if you want to defend the f6 pawn. At the same time, I have the feeling, if I see it correctly, that white is threatening to take on f6, unless rook f6 is possible. But the idea I wanted to share is that rook f8 is not something would stop bishop f6, because I can go queen g4. No, if let's say you go, let's show a line rook g8, please. And bishop f6, what I want to show, rook f8, I want to go queen g4, and the f6 cannot be taken because takes, and g7.
You sound like Hikaru there. Takes, but it all does work out. You get a new queen.
Yeah, so this is important that white can capture, actually. So it's threatening to take probably on f6. Black played rook f8 in the and we have queen g4 on the board. So the thing is that black cannot reach the queen to g7 after queen g4 because the e6 rook is hanging, and the threat can be g7. So the question is whether king d6. After king d6, is it enough for white? Bishop f6. That's the idea after king d6.
Oof.
So finally we get to the idea which I mentioned, bishop f6. So king d6 is not possible.
And we got to show this line, Robert, why this works. Because if black takes on f6, by the way, we do have a move on the board. Queen g4 played queen e7. But I think we should finish this line. Judith's idea, this time working in a different way. You trade everything on f6. You give up a rook, but nothing will stop that g-pawn in the end.
It's a cool motif. Like, so many different variations have the same exact outcome here with the pawn as unstoppable going to g8. But you see how the move was played in queen e7. I'm looking at Jan's face. He doesn't really look like he's particularly bothered by what's happening. I think he senses that this is a fortress, and sometimes we're misled to believe certain things. But Judith, I mean, if you look at Jan, he really doesn't look like somebody who's suffering.
Well, I don't think he's enjoying it either, I must say. I don't know whether white can go king to h2, let's say, or to move out with the king. And with the idea of if the king comes closer to d6, can white go g7, rook g8, and then protect it with the rook to g1? Will it be enough for white to go to queen g6, queen h6? Will he have enough time? The thing is that bishop on h4 is very good, but I believe that on d2 it would be more efficient for the moment where it was. Because if black can really regroup his pieces, then it is possible that black can save this game. King h2 is on the board, so probably has similar ideas which I mentioned.
Great call there by you, Judith. The way to try to make progress is to try to get that g-pawn moving forward. And you're pointing out that this rerouting of the bishop, though very tempting and very attractive, it belonged to attack that h6 weakness, which would have really tied down Jan's rook on the h8 square. Could this be a potential fortress? Well, I think time will tell, Robert, but it looks like what Jan wants to do is bring that king perhaps back to defend that rook on e6, try to shuffle around eventually with the queen eyeing the g7 square, the rook from f8 to g8. Will you be in time? One thing's for sure, that Alireza, though down an exchange, is the one who's pushing this position, is the one with all the initiative. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, the big question is it a fortress or not? Should we just take a quick bird's eye view and check in with our other boards as we see this one develop? Though Jan looks like he's in trouble, but maybe he just has enough to keep the defenses under control with that extra material. Let's bring up our bird's eye view as decisions all across the boards. We see Praggnanandhaa has doubled up on that top right board. The queen and the rook lined up on the a file. Looking at the penetration on the second rank rook, a2 ideas in the air. The d6 pawn is currently guarded by the rook. And this shuffling with the bishop falling back, controlling that f5 square, some nice defensive resources. Gukesh still on the push. Is it going to be enough? Big questions. Meanwhile, Hikaru still struggling in that position. He's gone into a think, but Robert, is it too late?
It feels like Hikaru just didn't see that tactic coming, because you wouldn't sit and think now. So he overlooked this shot. As Judith said, he saw it, but a little bit too late, and he needs to figure this out. And I'm also just looking at the bottom right-hand side of our screen. Fabiano against Nijat Abbasov. It's two rooks with opposite colored bishops. The white king is out, potentially in the open. I'm not really sure what to make of the position. I think Abbasov's played great defense thus far, but the position remains very complicated for one with bishops of opposite color.
Well, I see that Fabiano plays very active. At the same time, I don't see it exactly how white is going to be in trouble if white captures that pawn on b7. This is the big question for me. Though maybe, no, I'm not sure I understand exactly what Fabiano has in mind, because after rook doubling on the second rank, white can bring his bishop back to g3. So I don't see yet how the white king can be in big trouble, or black just wants to capture the pawn on a5, and he says, I have a passed pawn, much vulnerable king for white. So there, Fabiano will still try. Of course, there is another pawn to be captured on c5, so there are different ways for Abbasov to continue the game. But I think so far he's handling it pretty well, and I'm not sure Fabi will be able to win this game.
It's been impressive to watch Abasov hold these difficult positions against the very, very best players in the world. Easy to forget that he himself is one of the very strong top grandmasters, and what a run he had in the World Cup in his route to the candidates, taking down some of the big, big names, including Anish Giri, Peter Swidler, Laurent Fressinet, and this one as well. Though he's on the bottom of the leaderboard, he's had a big role to play in the standings as we see it. He's held his own in some of the big matchups, and right now Fabi struggling to convert this one, looking for counterplay, trying to sacrifice the pawns, but it feels that that Dark Squad Bishop will be enough for Abasov to keep the king side under control. And again, really tough choice. Robert, top right, we see any ideas of a second rack penetration have been stopped by Gukesh. He wants to maybe look at his own doubling up along the B file to get some play, to try to get into Black's camp. Where do you want to go to next? What should we look at? Robert, your choice.
Of course, the difficult choice is placed on me. So I'm still looking at Hikaru's game. He seems to be in trouble up there. I think Vidit's in great shape, but I'm going to throw it back to you, Tanya. Where should we go?
Well, Robert, as the players are thinking right now, as they are taking their time to come up with the response, we will come back. We're going to go into a quick short break because time control's coming up, time scrambles are coming up, and this very well could be our last break. Before that, some big decisions also coming up on the other side of this break when we do a deep dive.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens, but you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
And we're back with all the live action coming in from Toronto as Alireza does make it to move 40 with a fantastic exchange sacrifice earlier. Now he's looking for ways to break through Jan Nepomniachtchi's, well, what at least looks like a fortress currently. Has Jan managed to survive the scare? A difficult position from the start. Meanwhile, huge turnarounds for Hikaru Nakamura as well. With his back to camera, he's also got his back against the wall in his game against Vidit Gujarati. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the leader, a really important game for him to save. And Robert, over the last few moves, it looks like he's managed to find that fortress. But troubles continue for Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, Hikaru is in big trouble. So Vidit Gujarati, I mean, he's had an up and down tournament. He wants to end this game on a high note. You saw him just bring, it seemed like his rook forward. We can look at that position, but I do agree with you. And I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi has found a fortress, which is huge for the tournament standings.
And we take a look at all our four boards. The action is hot. Bottom right board, Fabiano Caruana has been pushing from the start with the black pieces. An early queen trade doubles up. Judith, your idea, you're calling out the action. The bishop on g3 keeps things under control on the king side. Has Fabi, let go of that little advantage that he had? Meanwhile, Alireza, now that he's made it to time control, tries to find a way to make a breakthrough. We see that board on our bottom left on the screen. It looks like a beautiful position for white, a stunning position, complete control on the dark squares, control on the light squares, but will that be enough? And meanwhile, Pragg Gukesh also stays extremely tensed as we see Pragg come in for the counterplay with his own heavy pieces. Vidit in full control against Hikaru. Robert, once again, a tough decision because I absolutely hate making it, and I love putting you on a spot. Pick a game, and let's deep dive.
All right, why don't we go to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Vidit Gujarati, because Vidit, he is in charge right here. You see that his rook landed on d6. The white queen starting at home, the black queen in enemy camp, but I'm more worried about the black king. So, Judith, as we look at this game, white is a pawn ahead, this a4 pawn, but I'm looking for a game ender. How do we go after the black king?
Well, first of all, it definitely does not look good and safe. That's very clear. Well, there are several moves which comes to mind. First of all, knight g4 comes to mind. The question is whether it's possible or it's a blunder by me. And black can go rook e1 takes and rook c1 and trying to get some counter chances there. Takes rook c1. And white has to be bringing back, I think, the rook to d1 because there is not better than that. Maybe it's still...
I just wanted to show everybody the fork that you were lining up here.
Yeah, this is not something white will enter, but white can bring back the rook to d1, and then it seems like... and it's not only the pawn up which counts in these positions, but actually what counts very much, the weak king for black. So let's say if black would have the pawn on g7, it would be a different story and much better chances for black to save the game. This way it's very difficult because white queen goes to d8 with check, f6, h6, everything is kind of falling apart. So let's see if after knight g4 there is something else for black to try to save the game. Definitely it's a matter of technique already for Vidit, and he seems to be that he is very much under control in this position. Knight e2 would be just a check. I believe king goes to h2, and still I can only repeat myself that black's king is just so weak. The f6 square and the h6 pawn is deadly. So the previous move which Vidit was playing, rook d6, was very powerful move, forcing the queen to move away from there.
Really interesting idea, their knight to g4. But I'm going to ask the question that's being begged to ask. Once black moves away the queen, why can't Vidit, and you know I love pawn grabbing, why can't Vidit just go and hunt down that h6 pawn? Am I missing some tactics? Rook takes pawn. Just pick up that, what at least looks to me like a free pawn.
Nope. I think simple is good here. You could take this pawn on h6. I was in the same mindset as Judith. I wanted to just end the game on the spot, but I actually don't see anything wrong whatsoever with rook takes h6. It's not like black has a concrete threat that we should be afraid of.
And I saw Vidit, he's reaching out. He's about to make a move. So knight g4 will come in with power. Vidit does go pawn hunting. He does pick up that h6 pawn. Judith, you look a little surprised with this decision.
No, it's interesting. You know the Indians, your countrymen, quite well how they are playing and winning the winning position, which is obviously not an easy task many times. And rook h6 was something I think it was a surprise for Nakamura as well. It's a computer kind of move, I must say. That engines make these kind of moves. There is a pawn, I just grab it. So I go up from 3.5 to 6.2 because it's just I can grab that pawn. Okay, queen g4 is the next move, and the attack is still there. And I can only agree if it's possible to grab it, then why not? But what do you play on rook c5, let's say?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me, and I'm going to ask Robert to help out. To rook c5, you hit the knight on e5. Can white actually... And it's interesting that you say that this rook h6 is not a natural move, because for me, it's a free pawn that I really want to grab in this position. So it's quite a fascinating take there. Rook c5, you hit the knight. Can you get aggressive with a move like queen to d4? Okay, d4 walks into knight e2. Maybe queen to d6.
Oh,
yes, probably.
Go ahead, Judy. I'm saying queen d4 also looks entertaining because there are checkmate threats on h8.
Oh, but nice. I think after queen d6, rook can take from c5 to e5, and maybe it's a blunder, isn't it?
Ooh. Oh, and we've got to show that.
E5,
we've got to show
a1.
that idea. That is incredible. And you pick up the rook. And maybe that's why, Robert, your move is actually a stronger one. Queen to d4. If you're not falling into knight e2, you protect that a1 square. You're eyeing the h8 square. Rook e5 might not work at this instance.
I don't know why. Rook takes e5. Nope, that's winning for white. So that's not the white can just take back. So what is it that is a problem with queen to d4? It looks like a very nasty idea to go for the h8 square. Something here.
Well, maybe just rook c1. Can I go rook c1?
I love how you said just rook c1, as if, rook h8 check isn't something to be worried about. Let's see. Rook c1, spot on. It just trying to distract the rook away with knight e2 check. But I was so worried about some kind of rook h8 check and mating net, but apparently it's not there.
Well, this is why I'm saying it's an engine move. Maybe it's a Tanya move, it's a Vidit move, and an engine move, rook h6.
Actually, the engine didn't like it so much. I think they really liked your idea of knight g4. It was just a lot more powerful. I saw the bar not love the idea of going for rook takes pawn. So I think you're absolutely spot on, Judith, that it's maybe allows black a lot of counterplay.
Well, from practical point of view, yes. And I cannot say that I would necessarily grab that pawn because I would be afraid that something happens.
You go for checkmate. You don't care about pawns. You want that knight on black's king, and that's why knight g4. I wish Vidit would listen to you more than me right now.
Well, I don't know what will be the end of it, because maybe after rook c5 you can just can you go back? But the problem is knight f3 also rook e1 and rook c1 kind of tricks. But maybe you have to go knight e1. You know how it is. We are not too active, I must say.
So maybe one, trick threat with queen to d8, but I feel like even here, rook to d5, just stopping the one white idea. And Yeah, it's black who is very active here. And this rook on h6 actually feels out of place in an odd way. You'd think it's a nice attacking piece, but it can't really get back to the other pieces. And there's going to be a pin on the first rank in many positions. This does not look clear to me. So after rook to c5, that looks like a nice try for black. White clearly has a winning move, but it doesn't seem that obvious. So I'm gonna use the engine. Look at the move. Oh my goodness, it's G3. Come on. I mean, G3? That would be ridiculous.
By the way, Robert, we have a move, and rook c5 was not played. Queen to b2 instead, attacking the knight on e5.
But after queen b2, I think, isn't knight c4 wins on the spot?
Oh my gosh.
Going for some back rank stuff, it looks like. But knight c4, I don't have to take this knight, of course. I'm not going to take it. But if I trade...
No, probably it's not so good because takes and queen g7.
Yeah, that's a big move. Queen can go back to g7 to hit this rook. Although I still am not threatening to take this knight. It's a funny position where... where's the rook going?
But you're threatening to take my rook.
Yeah.
To c6, probably. Yeah. I can go maybe to c6.
This is funny tactics everywhere. Queen
then
e8
takes, queen e8, takes, queen a1, knight e2.
It continues. It doesn't stop, honestly, is
I don't know,
what we're
knight
getting
e2
at.
is not working.
But it goes to show that... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Judith.
It just, I wanted to say that after king h7, queen c6, queen a1, king h2, knight e2 doesn't work because of queen a4.
Wow.
Otherwise, black would win after knight e2.
Because queen g1 would be unstoppable. So
after queen b2, there is something better. Somewhere else we have to jump. Or simply... Oh, queen d6, look at that. Beautiful. Queen d6, knight e2, rook e2, queen e2, rook h8.
Oh. That is unbelievable.
Queen f6.
Wow. And that's a checkmate. Queen f7, knight g6. That's is
nasty.
Stunning. Very nasty.
Wow. Giving up all the rooks. Judith, you don't seem to like your rooks very much.
I like knights. People know that about me.
Wow. So queen d6 could be a knockout. I'm sure there are other moves here. White is 2 pawns ahead, and the black king's in trouble. I guess queen g4 comes to mind as well.
Just, I also, yeah.
Tanya, this would be a big victory for Vidit.
It's not over yet, but it looks like Vidit's done everything right. But I'm loving the idea of queen d6 because you're threatening a checkmate. Regardless of what black plays, rook h8 would be a massive threat. And these are our 2 current boards. By the way, we do have a result. Jan Nepo, Alireza Firouzja ends in a draw. So at the end, it was a fortress. Jan Nepo believes in it, and Alireza unable to break through. A very critical save for Jan, which keeps him, well, depending on Gukesh's result at the top. And I think he's got to be feeling the relief after that one, Robert.
Oh, what a save for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was in trouble. And Alireza Firouzja has been a different player in recent rounds. But the game was drawn. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces holding the really tough Firouzja. That's a great result for him, especially given what was happening on the board. But there was no breakthrough there. And the first wave, it looked like Alireza was making progress. But unfortunately for him, and fortunately for Jan Nepomniachtchi, there was indeed that fortress where white could do no more damage. Black had everything covered.
Very nicely found by Jan. He was shuffling around his king. We saw the last position. Eventually, his king landing up on the queen side. And right now, it is all eyes on Hikaru Nakamura fighting, trying to save the position against Vidit. But it does feel like a lost cause. Vidit with a big move. He's going to move his queen. Where will he play it? And I'm also checking in. We are on move 35, 33, I believe. So clock. Well, the good news for Vidit is this is one of those games where both of them are leveled out. He's got the time to figure out Queen d6, queen g4, two very tempting options with big threats against Hikaru's king. Vidit there showing a little bit of hesitancy. You know what? I think he's going to go for queen d6 would be my prediction. I love the concept of rook h8 and queen f6. And it's on the board.
No,
Oh,
it's
it's
queen
d7. He mouse slipped one square, Judith. He moved it to d7.
Well, it's quite unpleasant anyway, to be honest. And I see Hikaru is also not very happy about this move either.
He's resigned. Look at him. I mean, he has not tipped his king over, but I think mentally he's like, I'm not seeing things this game, and now he's not even looking at the board because the rook on c8 is loose, so you can't take the knight on e5. If you can't take the knight on e5, down goes your pawn on f7, because even a move like rook f8, it doesn't actually defend the pawn on f7 because this rook on c8 is loose in pretty much every single variation. Hikaru cannot believe it.
He's shaking his head.
I also have the feeling that he realized that maybe he had a better chance instead of queen b2. I'm pretty sure he's shaking his head because of that queen b2 I had a better option to fight for in this game.
That line that you and Robert were showing after rook c5 to find a move like g3 in this wild position, which, as you said, is the only move to keep the advantage, or at least the best move. It's so difficult to do that. And now for Hikaru, he's got some big questions to answer. Queen takes f7 is a massive threat. You can't take on e5. I'm trying to think of a move here. Do you defend it with your queen? How does he even keep this game going? Because the queen from d7 can also come to f5 next. I'm eyeing f7. I also want to go in with my queen to h7.
Well, I think that's the problem, that Hikaru will have to go back queen b3 or queen a2, and after queen f5, he can defend everything falls apart. And he's realizing this, obviously.
Yeah, he sees that look at him. He's in pain right now, and unfortunately for Hikaru and his many fans, it doesn't take him out of the running, but it does set him back because he was a half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was on a high, and Gukesh, of course, entering the round. But look at him. He is looking like somebody who cannot believe what has just happened. And Tanya, on the flip side, if Vidit converts this, which it looks like he's well on his way to doing, he'll be tied with Hikaru, a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, and right back in this race.
It's the win that Vidit Gujrati needs, playing with the white pieces, scoring against a Hikaru who seems to have just gotten back into his form, into his element, would be exactly what Vidit needs right now. And it's been quite the game for him as well, striking with d4, striking with b4, and in the end, he finds and navigates with precision. We might be seeing a resignation. Looking at Hikaru, he's hopeless about his position right now.
Well, he's hopeless because the position is hopeless.
That's fair.
And you can see also Vidit walking around as a player who is going to be winning and expecting his opponent to resign. That's the way how he's walking right now.
And what do you think, Judith? What is it that's made Vidit such a difficult opponent for Hikaru in this Candidates? He wins in round 2 in dominating style. Hikaru never got a chance in that one. And then here, it felt the opening went Hikaru's way. But in the complications, we see Vidit once again crushing it through.
Maybe because he is a little bit similar to Hikaru. He's not chickening out at all. He's looking for sharp ideas. He's ready to make decisions. He can sharpen out things. He's calculating. He goes for it, and Hikaru is a very similar player to that. So Vidit gave well in the first match in game 2. It was very clearly a home preparation, which was fantastic by Vidit. Also, he made some very good decisions and moves after he was over with his preparation out of books. So in the winning position, he chose very well. He did not slip away with the winning position, so he did win that, and that was a kind of unfortunate for Hikaru the round 2. This game was a big fight, and somehow at some point Hikaru made some bad decisions, and Vidit took the opportunity.
Robert, do you think this is the moment?
The moment that Hikaru resigns, I
Yes.
can't think of prolonging this game any. I'd never like to suffer at the board. You know, you just get it over with. You're completely hopelessly lost. He knows that. But for Hikaru, it's not just about this game, I feel like. It's about the tournament standings where he did just work his way to just trail by only half a point. And he's looking at the board up there. He doesn't want any part of this game. I think he will resign.
And I absolutely don't even see a way to continue here. You can defend that f7 pawn for one move. But how do you fight the other threats on the king side? And it all comes down to those 8-6 g5 pawns. And then after that, that decision from rook c8. I really feel, Judith, when you pointed that out, that was the moment, and we spoke about this, that the momentum is shifting. Vidit's the one who was striking in the center. He kind of seemed to take over the position and then eventually winning that extra pawn. This looks like it's going to end in checkmate for Black's king if Hikaru does decide to continue. Vidit Gujarati knows he's got the job done. He's delivering today.
And he's the player who has the most decisive game by far. This is going to be his 6th decisive game, if I'm correct. I mean, he's the player who can win, lose, and he's bouncing back again and again and again, right? So kind of a very good fighter and very good mindset, I believe, that who is able to bounce back after a loss.
Hikaru reaches out for the queen. Queen to b3. Judith defends f7. And then the idea that we were talking about, transferring the queen to that f5 square. Hikaru is in complete disbelief how quickly this one has turned around.
There's just nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm looking at Vidit Gujarati, and I feel like every day he's a new person. And how could you not be when you win a game, then lose a game, then strike back? It just hasn't been able to have a calm tournament. But right now, when you need to get wins, you don't want a calm game. And look at Vidit Gujarati. Here comes his queen. He's picking it up, and there it is to f5. That should do the trick.
Huge threats on the board. The g5 pawn is hanging. Queen is coming into 8-7. There are potential sacrifices everywhere. Even a move like queen f6 is in the air. How does Hikaru even keep the game going? I don't see an answer.
Queen d5.
Sorry?
I can keep the game going. Queen d5, queen g5,
all right,
knight
let's take
g6.
a look.
Okay, so I mean,
is there? Oh, I was going to go in.
White up? Sorry, go ahead, Tanya.
That's a good question. How many pawns does White have? Currently 2 extra pawns. Queen d5, queen g5, knight to g6. There are a million pins on the board. Notice how the knight on e5 is pinned to the rook on e1. It's pinned to the queen on g5. I wanted to go in. By the way, we do have a move. And Judith, it's with a similar idea. But first, Hikaru falls back with that knight to g6. Still keeping things under control, not allowing queen h7. But is there rook? The point is, if you take rook takes knight here, it still doesn't help because Black will eventually sacrifice the queen and win that rook on e1. The line that I'm looking at, Robert, rook takes knight, pawn takes rook, queen takes pawn. And maybe it just doesn't work because you've got king h8, but also king h8. Yeah, king h8. Because king f8 runs into knight d7 checkmate. This is crazy.
Looks over. I mean, this is rook takes g6. That looks very natural. Showing you with some highlights here, but Vidit Gujarati, he sees it and he is doing the right things. It's a professional approach from him. He has over 7 minutes on his clock. He is going to win this game, but why potentially rush a decision that could backfire? So Vidit, I love the way he's played this game, and I think that he's handling everything with the utmost professionalism. Judith, this just feels like Hikaru is going to play maybe 2 more moves. You see it on his face.
Well, he just wants to give, even if he has maybe 1% to save the game, probably less than that, still, why not to fight on, to resign? It's never too late. Now, Vidit still has to make a decision whether probably there are several winning moves. I have the feeling. But of course, rook g6 seems to be the most professional finish of the game, taking on g6, and he does it. After captures no, he resigns. He does not want to play on, not to suffer longer.
It is game over. Hikaru Nakamura does not play on after that last move. Vidit Gujarati winning for the second time in the candidates against the world number 3. A big win for Vidit. A huge road bump for Hikaru on his path to the world championship. A loss that's going to hurt a lot for his chances. Robert, after yesterday's win, this is painful.
Well, their roles have reversed. Their fortunes potentially have reversed. For Hikaru, he was on a high. He beat Fabiano Caruana for the 4th straight time when he had the white pieces. But Vidit Gujarati, something about him is tough for Hikaru to deal with. Maybe it's because he's a fellow content creator. Maybe it's just because he's a super strong player. But no matter how you look at it, Vidit Gujarati has just resuscitated his own tournament, and he has sent Hikaru down into a 1-point deficit, trailing Yanda Pamashi, and Gukesh is still going. It could even be more separation between Hikaru and the leaders.
Great game from Vidit is coming in from chat. Could not agree more with that. A tough fight in the opening, but I think Hikaru going with those inaccuracies a little bit, not getting that C5 in time, and Vidit was on top of it. We see the players analyzing, trying to figure out where were the chances missed. But right now, we've also got action on the other boards. Judith, quite a game by Vidit, and as you said, continues to be a tough nemesis for Hikaru. That's his second win, and these are the 2 games that are still on in the candidates. Abbasov continues to put the fight. He continues to find the defense, but I do see that Fabi has managed to get his king extremely active. Abbasov has managed to get his king extremely active. Fabi with that A passer on the board, opposite color bishop. To me, it feels like this is closer to a draw than it's ever been. Judith, would you agree?
Well, I see that in the beginning, in the middle game, after the opening, the main idea was for Black that he had better development, he had better pawn structure, and by now it seems like White is more active because endgame is the time for the kings. And the White king, you can say that it may be a little bit too active, but I believe it cannot get in real danger. So for the moment, the rook on c6, the white rook on c6 is very well placed because it's attacking the a6 and the c5 pawn at the same time. So the a5 rook is tied down to protect both of those pawns. So I think white is doing very fine in this position. And actually after bishop d6, even a pawn is attacked, so I wouldn't put my bet on Fabiano anymore.
Wow.
The only concern I would have for Abbasov is his king on e4. While it may seem like a strength, use your king as a weapon in the endgame, it could walk into some kind of checkmating net. I see this pawn on h5, so if the king wants to run back at any time, the bishop could potentially slide up and keep it out of the safety zone. So I agree that Abbasov's done an amazing job. He's hanging in there. But this is the type of game where blunders happen. We just had move 37. They're both under 3 minutes. So, Tanya, I feel like we could see a mistake as they approach the next time control.
And there is no increment. There is an attack on both of their c-pawns. So quite a critical moment, though. It should not be that hard because it feels that, well, given the position right now, you still have to make moves, of course, but it feels like it's not the kind of position where there's only one move that keeps the balance. Judith, am I completely off on that? What do you make of this? How critical are the decisions? And I believe we've got a move. He falls back with the king to f3.
The reason is king f3 was played because bishop c5 would have been a huge blunder to a pin of bishop d5. That was a great opportunity to blunder a rook for white, but king f3 I think was a very good move going out of all these kind of ideas. And in the next move, white wants to capture the pawn on c5. So I'm expecting some simplification, which will lead to a drawish endgame, because after, let's say, rook c4, white will be exchanging rook to c4, bishop c4, white can take on c5, for example, with the rook, and the simplification will lead to equal endgame.
Once the c-pawns are off the board, Robert, it does feel like the game should not last too long. A minute for Fabi right now. He still has to make 3 moves on the board. So king f3 played, but he knows once he takes on c4, the moves will follow easy. But Fabi keeps the tension. He plays the move f6. And I don't really understand. White can still pick up on c5. Now that you sidestep the idea of bishop d5, are there what is Fabi setting up with this last move f6?
He's playing for a win. He is not allowing all of the trades to happen. If he took on c4 right away, too many pieces would come off. So he's saying you can no longer take with the rook on c5, your bishop's hanging, and if you take with the bishop, after bishop takes c4, you do have to watch out for that attack, that skewer that Judith mentioned, with the bishop coming back to d5 with check. And this rook on a4 will survive, put pressure along the fourth rank over here. Of course, Nijat Abbasov objectively is hanging in there, but both players are nearly down to 1 minute for 2 moves to make. And don't be fooled. You could blunder on move 40 in a position like this. Abbasov, he grabs his king. I think that was a very smart move. Keep your king on the other complex to your opponent's bishop.
Yes, exactly, because White can blunder now with bishop c5, bishop d5, and rook g4 would be right there and grabbing the g2 pawn. But rook c5 is the good move to take the pawn. And now the h5 pawn is also attacked, but of course White will have to move his bishop to f4 back. And then I'm not even sure whether Black has any chance going forward and move on, because it can be an interesting endgame with 4 rooks also in different color bishops. But Abbasov did not blunder, and we reached move 40 with White and Fabiano's 40th move, and he has 15 seconds.
He's got to make a move, and taking on d6 would just feel like you're giving up all your winning chances. You're trading off the pieces. White would capture the bishop, and he doesn't want to do that. This is Fabi really desperately trying to keep the games going. He keeps the bishops on the board. 40th move made by both players. Bishop f7, defending the h5 pawn. And now, Judith, your idea of falling back with the bishop. The position's level, but with that last decision that Fabi made, I think this is going to go on for quite a while, Robert.
It does indeed, because they've reached move 40. They both gained 30 minutes on the clock and that 30-second bonus time with each move that's made. So why don't we zoom out from this one? Fabi doesn't seem to have too many winning chances anymore. But in the other game, that one doesn't look so obvious to me, unless the players can find some kind of repetition with rook up and back and forth for the white rook and the black rook. It does feel like there's some life left in the position.
Judith, what are the chances of us seeing a repetition right now with the same idea? Rook b8 check, rook d8, rook b7.
Well, I think there is some chance, because Black stabilized himself very well. Praggnanandhaa he was able to play f6 and find the circumstances to put his knight from g6 to centralize to e5, where it is very stable. White went knight d5, so there was an exchange of bishop to the knight on the d5 square. So the structure changed also with this, from pawn from e4 went to d5. But I see very little chance for White how he can unbalance Black's position. And if there is a rook exchange, I don't think there is a real chance for White to play for a win. I don't see too much why Black should be worse at all.
I've always loved queen and knight versus queen and bishop. And I think with the rook trade, with White having the double d pawn, I'm completely with you. I would be surprised to see rook d7 if someone's playing for a win with the white pieces here. Robert, I'm going to predict a repetition here. I think that with that knight on e5, such a stronghold, attacking d3, no pressure on d6, Pragg's out of any trouble here. I'm expecting Gukesh to be pragmatic. What about you?
Yeah, he can give a check. He can just trade everything off. But the one problem for White is that you have these doubled pawns. So if you try to continue this game, there are no targets in Black's position. You have a dark square bishop, and all of Black's pawns are in dark squares, but blunting the scope of the bishop. If this bishop, I'm going to pick it up and put it on this diagonal. On e4, we're having a totally different discussion. But because it's on the dark squares, Praggnanandhaa is in everything correct. I think we'll see a draw, because there's not much life left in the position now that I've taken a deeper look. Whether you trade or give this check, I do think we will see some form of equality, and there's nothing that Gukesh can do about it. Judith, I think it's just a well-played game from both these players.
Absolutely. in the middle game, we had the feeling that white is clearly better, and I think there were some very accurate moves by both players. I think Gukesh with his queen maneuver, rook maneuver, he tried very well. And but I also liked very much the way Pragnananda, the way he played in that very unpleasant position. And he was able to regroup his rook and queen, especially also his queen move back some time ago when he went queen a7 to have the battery on the a file. I think that was something very good, and he understood the position, what he has to be playing for. It was clear that he has to be defending the d6 square pawn for the time being, and after that he was able to play f6 and knight e5. So it was he could stabilize his position, and I mean, he suffered quite a bit, I think, in this game. But he managed to equalize, and he can go on with the tournament in the next few rounds, trying to catch up his countryman and Nepo.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I was just about to say there was a draw offer by Gukesh with rook b8 check. I saw it on the camera. He played the move, and everything that both of you just said about this position comes to true. Nothing more to fight for. An extremely well played game there by both these youngsters, and this ends peacefully in a draw, which means that Gukesh and Jan keep their lead in the candidates. Pragg as well in the fight, and Vidit making that big comeback. It's all eyes on Fabiano Caruana, where the standings lead to. Gukesh with his trademark, setting the pieces back, not moving, while Pragg wants to leave as quickly as possible. And of course, we can see the composure and the calm on both players. I think nothing to be too disappointed about for both of them today, Robert. A well-played game ends peacefully.
It was a fantastically played game. Some really interesting ideas were sprung on by each player, and yet Pragnananda, he held steady. And in this game, Nijat Abbasov, he did get himself in trouble out of the opening. Fabiano Caruana, it just doesn't seem like his tournament. I mean, someone has to say it, that Fabi beat Nijat in the first half, but Nijat made a late game blunder when the position was relatively level. So Fabiano somehow is not found his form, the form that he showed in 2023, and it looks like Nijat is holding everything, and that is bad news for Fabi and his many fans.
You can almost see it on Fabi as he looks away. He knows he's tried in this game, but it hasn't been enough to get an advantage going against the super solid, technically very precise Nijat Abbasov, holding the position for Fabi, a huge favorite in the candidates. He is struggling to get up on the leaderboard. Will he be able to find more in the position? We do have a result, I believe. Or not, we don't. I thought that the players were signing up. It's gonna be a long grind, guys. That one is on me. I thought that was a draw. We will come back with more action. Can Fabi do it in round 9? We'll be right back. And we do finally have the handshakes in Nejat Abasov against Fabiano Caruana. Nejat holds the world number 2. Another fantastic performance by him with the white pieces, never letting go of control, never letting Fabi get an advantage to play on for. And despite Fabi neutralizing early on in the opening, Judith, he never had enough to fight for more.
Well, yeah. Fabi tried, and he had, I think, a very comfortable position, but he did not have the energy to grind it the way it would have posed very serious problems to his opponent. And maybe it's also still the yesterday's feelings he did not recover yet on that game.
That's always a tough thing to do, Robert. Fabi with his loss against Hikaru. And what crazy results we've had. We've had only one decisive game, fighting chess and all along. But with a win in against Hikaru means there's going to be more shuffling around on the standings. It's been exciting. What has been the big highlight for you in today's action that we witnessed with one decisive game and 3 draws?
Well, I would say outside of Vidit's win, which I think is the obvious statement, I'd say Jan Nepomuc's defense. I mean, he was in a really challenging position, but it seemed like he knew that it would be a fortress. I think many players would have been worried. They would have thought that they're about to lose their first game of the event. So Jan Nepomuc, I think the way he's able to withstand pressure is something to note.
And Judith, that's a point that you made as well, that Jan is just so good at sneaking out of trouble in these positions and finding these resources. And he was able to put up a brilliant defense. He's just been the player of the tournament. What did you make of the quality of play that we saw by our candidates in Toronto today?
It was very interesting. I can feel that the pressure is going higher and higher. I think this is very clear. And the players are getting tired. Definitely, they have all kinds of thoughts in their mind. The tension is getting higher, not only with the top players who are racing right now in the very top, Gukesh and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but all the others, because still there are hopes for Vidit also catching up just 1 point behind the leaders. And of course, Praggnanandhaa has also his hopes that he's there, he's playing the next 5 rounds, and he's going to pose problems to his opponents. And of course, there is no easy moment. Whoever wants to run for the first place and for the leaders, especially Gukesh and Jan. Of course, I can say that with Nepomniachtchi already defending his game versus Praggnanandhaa in previous round where he defended with the black pieces, I already then thought that probably he can be named the best defender in the world right now. And today also he was there, and I think his mindset is simply so perfect for defending all those positions. At the same time, I would be expecting him also to have some great positions and have a victory. But it seems like this way he's also collecting his points, half a point here, half a point there, sometimes winning a game, and he's still there as a co-leader. So it's very interesting to follow how the whole candidate is unfolding from move to move, from game to game, and it's real fun to watch.
It is the phase of the candidates when the pressure and the expectations are building and the fatigue is setting in. It's still many, many rounds to fight, and there is a crowd at the top. It's a field for anyone. We see 2 leaders with 5.5 points, Gukesh and Jan still at the top of the board. And then we've got Praggnanandhaa at sole 3rd position. But also, Judith, as you pointed out, the players at 4.5 points, and there are quite a few of them. Hikaru, Vidit, Fabi. There is still the championship to fight for. You need that 1 win and you're back in the race. Robert, these are our standings going into round 10. What are you expecting from the action tomorrow? Can we expect some more shuffle arounds on our leaderboard?
I think you should always expect things to be shaken up, and Jan Nepomuc and Gukesh, they remain in the lead. I almost forgot that Fabiano was only 1 point back just because it feels like he hasn't really got off the ground. So between Hikaru, Vidit, and Fabi, and obviously Praggnanandhaa, who's only a half point back, they all have legitimate shots because most of them still have to play Jan and Gukesh. So you can take down the players in front of you that gives you a natural chance.
It's a chance for everyone to fight. It is a pack of wolves who are chasing the leader right now, and this is our pairings. The matchups coming up tomorrow. Hikaru Nakamura, who suffered a loss against Vidit today, will take on Nejat Abbasov. Fabiano Caruana, a big game for him if he wants to keep his shot alive against Alireza Firouzja. I think it's going to be pivotal for Fabi to get a win with the white pieces. Right now, Alireza in 7th position. He's struggling to get up the leaderboard. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh. Judith, that's got to be our game of round 10.
Well, absolutely. Having the two leaders, having the big clash, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh. Of course, the whole world's eye will be on that game. But I can say that the Pragnananda Vidit game will be also quite a lot of fun, I think. And whatever happens, if it's going to be decisive, it can be definitely influencing very much who is going to be the outcome of the candidates tournament. So there are a lot of interesting things happening. And we see 3 Indians who are really trying to get on the very top.
Fantastic matchups. Robert, before we wrap up, your thoughts on the action coming up tomorrow? Jan versus Gukesh, that's going to be a fire.
That's going to be an awesome matchup between the co-leaders. How could you not be excited for that? And Gukesh does have a win to his name against Jan Nepomniachtchi, whereas Jan has never beaten Gukesh. They haven't played all that much, but sometimes that's important. Sometimes players, they get stuck in the past. They think about revenge, but you can't think about anything besides the moves in front of you. And every player in the top 6 has a legitimate shot. I'm excited to see that. And I think the 2 at the bottom, unfortunately for them, they are too far behind to catch up. But the other 6 players, they all are in this thing. And that's reassuring because nobody is running away with it.
And that's also really exciting because even though Alireza and Nejat are at the bottom of the leaderboard, they can be the curveball to stop the others, to throw in a shocker, to throw in those punches. And I think we're going to see that coming up in the rounds. Let's check in with the schedule for the remaining of the candidates going into round 10, which is tomorrow. We will, of course, see you same time, same place. And then there is a very important rest day before moving on to the final 3 games of the candidates. Judith, what do you think going into the rest day? Will that play a role in the kind of approach that we can expect from the players in round 10?
Well, basically round 10 will be full of excitement, and after that they are going to have a free day, right? So free day is always something very special for the players. I think the more they play already, the more they want to have the free days. And obviously for many of the players, I think the evening before the free day is the key rest part, because then they are after the game, but then they go for, okay, whatever I do next day is already a free day. At the same time, a free day is not a real free day for the players, because maybe they have a nice breakfast, but after that already they are having their thoughts already in the next game, or even if they go entering into the final phase of the candidates last 2-3 rounds already, they don't only think about the game the next day, but also how the last 3 rounds is going to be finishing, or the last part of the event. So the stress level is going higher and higher, and it's very important that the players find a way to still to somehow to relax and reload with new energy on the free day. But trust me, it's not an easy way to do it. So whoever can recharge better, make meditation, yoga, or anything else, just big walks, everybody tries their own technique to do that.
Oh, we've seen some players meditate on the board as well. So it's going to be so much about keeping your nerves in the upcoming round. The big ones are coming up, and a big clash coming up in round 10 as the 2 co-leaders face each other. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Gukesh. It's going to be big matches for all the players. 6 players in the fray to make it to the World Championship going into round 10. Judith, Robert, it's been awesome calling the action with you, with the legendary Judith Polgar, the amazing Robert Hess. I'm Tanya Sachdev signing off for round 9 chat. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.